Hello, good morning. Welcome to our conference. I'm very happy to welcome you to this event. Our title today is European Security in the Shadow of the Russian Invasion against Ukraine. And today we are going to have great experts on this topic, and we're going to analyze some scenarios for this war and for its outcome. We're also going to talk about which outcome would be the best one for Europe and for Poland, and what we can do so that after this war, Poland is stronger. However, to be able to answer the questions regarding the future, we also need to think about the past and analyze the past. And therefore, we are going to have a presentation by Professor Nowak, who's just published a book on our relations, the relations between Poland and Russia for decades, for centuries, what these have been like. If we know the past well, we are better suited to answer the challenges of the future. However, I would like to ask Professor Legutko to open the conference. I'm very happy that he is here with us. He is a great philosopher, a great writer, and he is the president of the ECR group in the European Parliament. Professor, I'm very happy you are here with us, and voice over to you. Can you hear us, Professor? Yes, I can hear you. Well, hello, good morning. Professor, we can't hear you. We need to fix the audio problem. Is it better now? Yes, now we can hear you well. So if you could start again, Professor. All right. So, hello, good morning. On behalf of the ECR group, I'm very happy that this event is taking place because it's a very important topic it's an urgent discussion that needs to take place as soon as possible. So thank you for organizing this debate, and I would like to thank Mr. Yaki in particular for taking the initiative here and organizing this debate. As far as European security is concerned, I think that we are in a situation which is going to be of key importance as compared to what we've seen since the 50s of the 20th century. Because since the 50s, we've seen a very coherent doctrine on security issues in Europe. Our security has been based on this understanding achieved between the West and the Soviet Russia and later the Russian Federation. So Russia was crucial in our security architecture for different reasons, including some related to our history. Well, Russia is a large country, and the Soviet Union was perceived as an attractive partner, as an attractive business partner, and also there were some anti-American ideas among the Western countries in Europe, and that was visible in the German Ostpolitik and also in the French politics. Well, we can all remember the 60s of the 20th century. De Gaulle was leaving the military structures of NATO. So that was a security architecture based on cooperation with Russia, and Russia was allowed to do whatever it saw fit in its own zone of influence. And therefore we had the events in Prague or in Budapest and later in Chechnya and on the Crimean Peninsula. And that did not question that attitude. And now we have a big question. Is the outbreak of the war in Ukraine going to change this attitude? This is an issue of key importance now. Well, we've seen that invasion of Russia, but this is nothing new, nothing we wouldn't have seen in the past. So now the big question is whether anything is going to change, or maybe we are going to accommodate Russia once again, or maybe we are going to change our attitude to security. So this is one of many questions we are going to pose today, and I'm sure that these questions will be answered today. Thank you once again for organizing this debate, and I wish you a fruitful debate and great results as far as the conclusions are concerned. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Well-reserved applause, Professor. Thank you for opening our conference. And now I think we can invite our first speaker to take the floor. Is that so? Okay, it is so.
Możemy?
So can we start? Are we ready?
Hello, welcome everybody. I am very happy that I can introduce you my next guest, which is Yevgenia Kravchuk. Hello, Yevgenia. Can you hear us?
Yes, dzień dobry, Państwo.
Very good Polish. Thank you for being with us. Yevgenia is a member of the Ukrainian Parliament, deputy chief of the Servant Party people of Vladimir Zelensky in Parliament. It's great to have you here, Yevgenia. And first question I would like to ask you is, what is the current situation in Ukraine now?
Thank you, Patrick, for inviting me. Right now, I'm situated in Strasbourg at the plenary session of Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe. But of course, I follow closely the situation. I just left Ukraine a few days ago. Well, right now, Russian soldiers are still trying to get this belt from Russian Federation through eastern Ukraine to southern Ukraine, and to connect with Crimea and to connect with Transnistria. That's sort of a change in plans already, because you all know that the initial plan was to seize Kiev, to overthrow the government. Probably they thought, the government will go, to Warsaw maybe. But thanks to our army, to the armed forces, to the strong leadership of President Zelensky, and to help of our partners, Poland as well, very greatly helped. We are standing and we are actually counterattacking. By the end of April, around 1,000 of villages and cities were liberated from Russian occupation. They are shelling and bombing and sending missiles every day. You probably saw the news. What Russians did during the Orthodox Easter. On Saturday, they killed 8 people in Odessa. At 1 minute, 3 generations of one family died. A 3-month-old girl, her mother, and grandmother of this little girl. So these are the war crimes that cannot be forgotten and cannot be, accepted by the civilized world. We're sure that if Russians are not stopped in Ukraine, and we're explaining this together with Polish colleagues everywhere we go, and speak together, that Putin will be targeting European Union, countries of European Union. So this is, I think that the next 3-4 weeks will be crucial for Ukraine and the whole world, because it will determine the world security architecture and the situation in Europe and in the world. You probably also follow the news about the Rammstein conference of the 40 countries and the ministries of defense of 40 countries. I would probably say, I saw some similarities with Tehran conference that was held in 1943. Of course, it doesn't mean that we're expecting soldiers of other countries, having their boots on the ground. But we see that the rhetoric has changed. And we're thankful for Poland that this rhetoric was from the very beginning about giving the Ukraine needed tools to win in this war with Putin. And the tools are the heavy weaponry, so we could keep Russians out of our country. It's also the financial aid and sanctions on Russia. I know there are great discussions right now about embargo on the everything, all the energy resources that Russia sells. And Poland had been very, consistent from the very beginning. Russia is blackmailing Poland, Bulgaria, and other countries for not paying in rubles for gas. But also we need to understand that the embargo should be established. And because Russia is getting €1 billion per day to finance the war in Ukraine and to finance the army. And this money are not going to Russians; they're going to oligarchs, they're going to the Kremlin, and to finance the army.
Yeah, it's true. We as a Poland do everything we can to convince our partners to establish an embargo for all energy sources from Russia. And what Russia did in Ukraine, we saw this, and this outrageous. However, I would like to ask you about the scenarios. What are the scenarios you foresee for the end of this war?
We all, as Ukrainians, see that the only end to this war is the victory of Ukraine. We have to be really, straightforward about it, because even if something happens and the full-scale invasion, sort of stops at this point, Russia will rebuild its military strength. Although there are some sanctions that are very painful for the factories that make the military equipment. Over 20 factories are not working right now. They cannot do the tanks, for example, because the electronics was imported to Russia. But nevertheless, they can do the missiles, and their factories are working like 24/7 to do more missiles. So basically, when we are being asked as Ukrainians and the Ukrainian parliamentarians, like what the compromises you are ready to take, and we answer to I don't know, for example, Germans were asking, or like French were asking, like imagine you would have to give up part of the Berlin again, or you would need to give up Marseille or some other cities, because there are a lot of Russian-speaking people there, or Russians that came and there they want their rights, for example. So it's sort of nonsense asking, like, will you give up the part of your territory and wait for 2 or 3 years, Putin to rebuild the military might and come back again? Because the primary purpose is to confront the civilized world and to destroy Ukraine as a country, as an independent country. So and we're capable of winning in this war, but we need the tools, and we see that the tools are coming. And is it enough right now to liberate Mariupol, to liberate Kherson region, and to keep them out? Not enough. But we are step by step getting there. And of course, we will need, after this victory, in which, by the way, 93% of Ukrainians believe that we'll be victorious in this war with Russia. But we need to understand that the security structure, the world security structure, failed. We have to understand that the United Nations became the League of Nations. It's useless. It proves that it's useless. And OSCE, the organization that deals with security and cooperation, I mean, what security cooperation do you see right now on the European continent? So we, together with you as well, we should think about the new security architecture for the whole world.
It's true. However, referring what you just said, don't you think that it was a mistake to believe too much in German and French alliance as anchor for security for Ukraine? For instance, how you assess Normandy format, effectiveness of Normandy format?
Well, about the Normandy format, you understand that it was sort of, when we came to power, when Zelensky won the elections, when we won the elections in Parliament, the Normandy format was already there. We tried to resurrect it, to sort of put some breath into this format, and at least we exchanged some of our prisoners after the meeting in Paris. But of course, what was written in Minsk agreements back in 2014 and 15 could not be sort of implemented in Ukraine. So it was dead from the very beginning, this agreement. And right now, even when it was the first month after the full-scale invasion, after the February 24th, we saw that political leaders of Germany and France as well, and others, let's face it as well, they thought that diplomatic solution could be found. They came to Putin, they called him and asked him, to stop this aggression. This is nonsense. You can't ask the aggressor just to stop, because they do not care. The Kremlin, Putin doesn't care about statements. They understand only force. So I think it's the matter of courage of Europe, and we see at least that the rhetorics of some countries are changing. Are we there yet with giving us ammunition that we need? We'll see. Actually, in Germany they have the vote in the parliament, in Bundestag, about the weapons for Ukraine. And it's in history it doesn't have this I don't know how to explain it correctly, but it's been 8 years since the annexation of Crimea, and we understand that the world and the different organizations, world organizations, failed to have a strong response when Putin annexed Crimea and started war in Donbass. If in 2040 there would be a strong response from the civilized world, we probably would not be in the situation in 2022 right now, seeing thousands of civilians killed, because all these sanctions that have been after the full-scale invasion, for example, stopping the Nord Stream 2, and about Poland and Ukraine were screaming about, they were put after the full-scale invasion. But we've been asking about the sanctions. We put sanctions prior to save these lives of Ukrainians, to save the face of Europe. So yes, it was too late and too little. No one diplomat, it was too late and too little.
It's true. Thank you, and maybe we can go now to the last question. And what do you think after Ukrainian victory? I wish. Do you think that that will be a good opportunity, new opportunity to build a new geopolitical alliance with Poland and Ukraine, to change something in this geopolitical world, this strategic security area, to build something strong, which and send strong message to the Russian imperial aspiration?
Well, first of all, we're really thankful for the help that Poland already has given. And also we're thankful that you've been our advocate in the European Union for these years. And now we have this chance. We really hope that in June we'll receive the candidacy to enter the European Union. And we're sure that we will be in the European Union. It will not take like 10 years. We really hope, and we need this political leadership in the European Union together with you to make it happen. And we understand it's years, but it can't be 10 years. About the cooperation, future cooperation, of course, we should work together on different formats. We already had this sort of trio with Great Britain, Poland, and Ukraine. We work closely also with Baltic states, and I think we should take the leadership in European continent to be brave enough, to say things straightforward. That like what formats do not work anymore after the war. That can't be business as usual with the aggressor, because you just can't do it. And also we think that after the victory, Ukraine will be a great country for possibilities of for Polish companies to be participating in the rebuilding of Ukraine, building the infrastructure. We are speaking together about the new Marshall Plan for Ukraine, and I'm sure that our closest partners should be participating in this reconstruction of Ukraine, of its economy, of its infrastructure. So yes, I think we will be working together, and also we right now we're planning to give some messages to European Union, for example, to deblock the money for Poland in this recovery plan that were blocked, because like Poland is giving a lot of help to our externally displaced people, but do not get enough resources from European Union to to cover the costs, and we understand that, and our government understand that. We're together on this page.
You have a point. Thank you, Yevgenia, very much for this conversation.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, everybody.
We all wish you luck and victory of this war. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This applause is for you. So thank you. We can go to the another panel. 2 minutes and we can start.
Aczkolwiek zredenuncjowałem trochę pana, mówiąc, że zdążymy. Ale ja byłem już zależało mi na, żeby padł.
Dobrze, że panowie uczycie teraz nasze społeczeństwo, czym jest geopolityka naszych kolegów. To będzie zawsze pomagać też w podejmowaniu lepszych decyzji, mam nadzieję, w przyszłości. Dynamika. Tak, tak. Wiadomo, że ta polityka jest na filmie, na fotografii. Coś, co było prawdą wczoraj, nie musi być. Zależy mi na tym, żeby coś też zostało dla naszych polityków.
Jest transmisja live i jest na YouTubie, później będzie, tak?
Bo cały czas jest transmisja live na YouTubie, na Twitterze, na Facebooku. I potem jest też w takim razie. I relacja w tych wszystkich mediach, które są partnerem, tylko że tam są takie. Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to yet another discussion panel. And I'm very happy to have with me distinguished European and particularly Polish representatives, experts in geopolitics, security. On my right, Professor Przemysław Grajewski-Żurawski. Sorry, Żurawski-Grajewski. Sorry about that, Professor. Welcome, Professor. I'm very happy to have with us also Jacek Bartosiak, PhD, Head of Strategy and Future, and connected remotely, Jan Rokita, former Prime Minister, publicist, expert, intellectual, an exceptional publicist, in my personal opinion, and many others. We're happy to have you. Welcome. Was that about me? Yes, indeed. I only heard the last words. I only heard you greet somebody, but yeah, okay, if that's about me, then I'm happy. Thank you. Welcome. Yes, welcome, dear Jan. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like this discussion to focus on a few pillars. First, I would like to have all possible scenarios of the outcome of the war described. Then secondly, in step 2, I'd like to decide which option would be best for Poland. And then, thirdly, what should we do now for Poland to be stronger after the war, so that we have a handful of recommendations for our political class from experts, from those wiser in the matter. Let me start with Jan Rokita, who presented a month back scenarios for the outcomes of the war. So, if you will, please repeat them, unless something has changed and you believe that there are additional possibilities as of today, or some have been outdated. Thank you. Well, the scenarios seem rather logical. You don't need to be an expert to come up with them. Well, from the Polish perspective, when I wrote that piece about the scenarios, what seemed to me the only good from the Polish national interest is not very possible. The difference compared to a month back, I wouldn't say that in such a decisive manner, because events, international events in Ukraine and the events of the war have brought us half a step towards a very optimistic resolution of the conflict. So it would seem to me that, of course, it's not yet completed, but rather amazing from the point of view of Western leaders, a breakthrough in politics towards Ukraine. And quite seriously, some have started talking about the possibility of Ukraine's winning the war and push Russia back once and for all behind the borders from the 17th century. So the scenario for Ukraine's prevailing, or rather the Western world's success, is the only one that provides Poland with security, because it solves the issue of pushing Russia back towards the east in their move towards the west. Of course, this is not a new problem. It's been there for the last 400 years, and I don't think it will cease existing forever, for the future. But there are certain periods in history where it's a central pillar, of our times, and it's in our interest for it to not be a main issue for the next 50 or 100 years, and that is only possible if Ukraine prevails in this war. But then the question is, what does a win, a victory in this war mean? It means that Ukraine is not conquered, is not partitioned and because, these are the negative scenarios. And the conquered Ukraine was a solution, a scenario that seemed very probable in the very beginning. Like American generals said, they said it would take 72 hours and 4,000 victims on the Russian side and 14,000 on the Ukrainian side. That's the assumptions on the part of the Americans that they presented at a secret meeting 2 days before the outbreak of the war. So that conquest does not seem very probable. Conquest would mean conquering Kiev and a change in the country's leadership, denazification, quote unquote. It seems unrealistic as of today for obvious reasons. Let me not delve into that because everybody understands that. A partition is very probable in turn. Partial partition. What do I mean? Well, that would mean taking over the southern and eastern parts of Ukraine with the part of the sea and who knows what other piece, maybe a part in the north also, or even further. That is something that latest events seem to be pointing to, and that's a terrible option because that means a continued conflict, because there is no possibility for accepting such a scenario, particularly after the Mariupol events. No Kiev government can agree to that because it would be felt straight away. So only a collaborating government could do that, which is not going to be created as it seems. So, there is a hot conflict, and it is going to spill over, and events of Moldova showed that, the spill is very easy at any given moment. So that's a possibility. That bad scenario is quite realistic as of today. Yet one another scenario is a humiliation of Ukraine. A humiliation meaning that Ukraine would be forced to accept a treaty in which it would practically drop its sovereignty and a significant part of its territory. As of today, it seems that is not going to happen because from what we see in Zelensky, it doesn't seem very realistic in the days to come. But of course, it's a possibility, provided that Russians are successful military, if they have military success in this war. Any event in this war proves that Ukraine is a hot conflict, and security in the Middle and Eastern Europe is not sure, and it's a frontline country basically in terms of Poland. And whether the Russians, if they move westwards, it's an issue of a bet and never certainty. Nobody is going to have a complete certainty of that at any point in time. Nobody knows whether they will enter Ukraine, whether Belarusians will be part of the whole picture. This means that Poland is a frontline country. We have to be militarized. We need to completely shift our ideas about citizenship, etc. The consequences are very burdensome. If Ukraine wins the war, then things go back to the usual. So that would increase our feeling of security. And as far as I know, Poland, not much would change in the Polish realities, because as long as you feel you are being victorious, you don't see any need to change anything. So that brings up questions about possible changes in Poland, increasing our security if the war is won by Ukraine, but that's the best scenario. That is the West wins. We feel safe and we celebrate. That's it. Well, I think we will go back to that sad reflection, the second part of the discussion. But let's go back to the scenarios. One was, a victory of Ukraine and pushing Russia back, and that would be taking back the territories taken over by Ukraine back in 2014. Second would be a partial partition with a peace combined with a peace treaty, and a partition that, for that matter, would be far from what Russia would wish for. And thirdly, a development, tactical and military development to the benefit of Russia, which would force Ukraine to accept disadvantages treaty. So, picking up on this, I would like to ask my other panelists, who wants to start? Professor? With pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, above all, methodology-wise, for starters, well, forecasting the future needs to include certain assumptions. That is, the actors in the international play are rational and acting in their own interest. Russia, trying to conquer Ukraine using 170,000 soldiers, means that it is irrational. So that, scraps the first basic assumption of our argument, and forces us to assume that such irrational action on the part of Russia could be continued based on the fact that decisions seem to be made based on a picture of reality instead of actual facts of reality, which makes any reflection in this direction very difficult. And the second assumption is precision, need for precision, and only one scenario. One of these scenarios is a scenario for an end to the war. The other two are just scenarios of a shift in the stage of the war. Agreements, ceasefires like in the Chechen war are possible, but that only means a dormant conflict in order to refresh military resources to start up hot conflicts again in changed, modified positions. So if we're talking about an end to the war, then Russia has to be beat. Unless it is beat, then it will keep moving from stage to stage. In the case of a success of the Ukraine, it should not spill over. But looking at Transnistria, remember that there's between 1,500 and 3,000 Russian soldiers who cannot build a new operational direction on their own. Transnistria borders with Ukraine and Moldova. Neither of these will let Russian soldiers through, but Moldova cannot really stop them because they have no armed forces to face up to them. But that would require some kind of sea landing through Odessa, with a Crimea direction on top of that. That is, of course, possible, but I would not over-evaluate the Transnistria military potential. A mobilization was started to be struck up, but only 2 volunteers reported, and I would say that taking into account the population of that region, there's 22% Russians and 22 Ukrainians and 40+% of Moldovans. It's ruled by a mafia with an interest not in a real war. Their interest is in shady business. So nobody over there on the ground has any interest in disrupting that current status quo, which does not mean it is going to be respected in the Kremlin, of course, and own decisions could be made by the Kremlin, but I don't see how they could be implemented in practice. Responding to the scenarios, I think, yes, the war could spill over to Moldova, but based on irrational assumptions, quite like you cannot conquer a country larger than France with a 200,000 strong regular army, and yet on top of that veterans of veterans who have experienced the Donbass and beat them with 170,000 Russian soldiers. I don't think it surprises me that Americans thought it would be so easy. Russians did not expect any resistance, obviously. And this brings up one again element, that is, there are the prescription lists. Remember about that, and Russians entered not prepared for war really, and if they were marching, they did not expect some heavy losses, and they did not expect such strong resistance on the part of Ukrainians, while Ukrainians know Russians all too well. They don't need good advice. They know Russians like nobody else, and they do realize that they cannot give up, because that's not a way to save their lives. It's just a way to lose their lives in mass graves. So this is not the way the war is going to end. We saw in Bucha that the level of the political elites at the level of local authority leaders, that's the level to which the extermination of Ukrainians by Russians will reach. Thank you very much, Professor. I'm happy that we haven't heard yet about the scenario of Russia being in a strong defensive, and the US have already communicated that their goal is to make Russia lose all their offensive capacities. Hopefully they will not use the doctrine of de-escalation through escalation, to which a victim would be Poland. Let me comment on that in a minute. Before that, I would like to comment on the plans of the war, ending the war and its outcomes. You talked about forecasts of a possible outcome of the war. Let me focus on a maximum win for Poland as a plan, because this is time for Polish leaders and strategists to take a pen and a piece of paper and say, I have a maximum plan. Of course, life will say call, but I'm of the belief that for the last 2 weeks after the big win of the Ukrainian army and Kiev, this is the biggest opportunity for breaking the neck of the Russian army. And I am truly surprised that we have this opportunity. I say we have this chance because I think it's an opportunity for all the region's countries, a unique opportunity to build a complete shift in the status quo, because this win will completely rebuild the role of Germany, among others, in Europe. So the maximum plan is a Ukrainian victory, by which I mean winning over Donbass and Crimea, and breaking the land forces of the Russian Federation, because apparently Russians want to play this game to the very end. So they are asking for their neck to be broken, really. And I think it's for the first time in years that Americans have seen that this is a real opportunity, the first one in a very long time, and they are the baseline of the provisions of equipment, military equipment for Ukraine. For us, for Poland, it's a unique opportunity, and to have that in place We need a victory in the war first. We need to talk about what Russians did wrong, what mistakes they made, and so on. But let me talk about that later on. Let me focus on politics now. But secondly, what we need is to win peace, and that's much more difficult, although a military win is already a difficult thing, because structural forces are going to be against the interest of Ukrainians. For example, we didn't win a peace in 1939, although we won a war. We didn't manage to shift the geopolitical structure by building a federation along the plans of Piłsudski, or by building a border as planned. And Zelensky, I think, from what he is saying, understands that. It's not only down to winning Crimea and Donbass access to the sea, to the international ocean. It's about creating a Ukraine that can be invested in. So investment has to be in place. Then there can be no frozen conflict. Russians must have no say, must be completely detached, moved away from the Ukrainian internal issues. I am of the belief that destroying Russian land forces and a revision of resource management policy in Europe would lead to that. Ukraine also needs a deep reform internally, and Zelensky has to start talking about that, like Roosevelt, who already in 1942-43 was thinking about how to organize the world post-World War II, Bretton Woods, and so on. Also, Zelensky has to think about these issues. He has to deal with the Ukrainian oligarchs, and he has to plan this before the war ends. He has to plan the future of Ukraine, and it's of fundamental importance also for us, because a peace in Ukraine has to lead to a situation in which the Polish state, because this conflict also decides about the Belarus future of Belarus. And if it's to our benefit and not to the benefit of Russia, then it will create conditions for international economic cooperation for regular people like me and you. We need to mobilize human resources to create another potential, different potential in Europe, to use the energy of the Anglo-Saxons supporting this new construct.
And please consider that this is going to happen, but this might be some sad part of the story. This is just the beginning of the war here in Eurasia. This is just the first part of some serious conflicts, because there is a lot of tension right now in the world, and the superpowers are not happy with the current arrangement. So this is just the first step. We need to deprive Russia of any possibility to carry out reforms, to rebuild its capacities in military terms, and that's what we need this for. And now I'd like to conclude, this is just one plan. There is another one. If there is a Ukrainian victory, the power of Germany in Europe will be questioned. Just look at Sweden and Finland. Well, they want to join NATO. Why? Well, if this happens, the German plans will be weakened, and this alliance between Germany and France, based on the leverage coming from buying the Russian energy resources, well, this will all be reshuffled. So I'm really curious what the debate is going to be like in Germany and France as regards Sweden and Finland joining the NATO. So we need to be very careful here. If Sweden and Finland join NATO, this geopolitical order here in Europe will be reshuffled to our benefit. We will have a chance to push back Russia from this part of the continent, and the Americans will have a lot to say in Europe. And we're going to have a food crisis and a resource crisis as a result of this war. And there will be an attempt to reorganize the matters in Europe, and this will be attempted by Germany and by France. Also with regard to food supplies, I would expect that after the summer holidays, So Germany will be interested in reaching peace as soon as possible, so that they can get back to the old arrangements. And it is in our vital interest, in the Polish interest, that we do not go back to what we had in the past. Thank you. Jan Rokita, Mr. Rokita, how would you comment on this? What would be your plan for a Polish victory with regard to this conflict in Ukraine? Well, I must admit that it was very enjoyable to listen to Mr. Bartoszek. So it's a lot of political optimism. I have not seen so much political optimism for a long time, so now I feel optimistic as well. However, we need to realize that the reality might suggest that this is some serious wishful thinking for two reasons. Reason number one: this scale of the Western victory and the Russian humiliation, well, this would be possible only if the other countries joined the war. And, well, this is not going to happen, probably. I mean, there are no indications that this might happen because people are afraid of joining the war. So it will be difficult to humiliate Russia to such an extent just at the hands of Ukrainians with American weapons. I don't think that this is a reasonable perspective. And I think that it would be really satisfactory. It would be some satisfactory victory, which would give us security if Ukraine kept its territories as they were before the 24th of February. So if Ukraine, remains a solid country that cannot be just removed, just like that, this would be satisfactory. This would make me happy enough. Of course, if more happens, like if what Mr. Bartoszek suggests happens, I will be even more happy. However, I can see a difference between talking about some real scenarios emerging from the American politics changing now and some wishful thinking, which are really far, far away from the reality and what is possible. I do not agree, and Mr. Yaki knows this, I do not agree this view as regards the Polish interests in the German context. So there is this Polish dream that Germany could be marginalized in Europe, and I think that this is a dream that cannot be fulfilled, and I also think that this would not be in the Polish interest if Germany was marginalized like that. If we manage to push back the Russians, it will be crucial for us to create here in Central Europe a security system that Germany would be involved in, and we should use this opportunity that is connected with this reshuffling taking place in Germany. I mean, the German approach to its military. You can read the German press. It's really amazing what's happening right now in Germany. I think no nation in Europe after the Second World War has criticized its own past to such an extent. So a new Germany is emerging right now, and this is an opportunity we could use. It is the strongest country in the European Union, and we could try to make this country act in the Polish interests. if we are supposed to protect the Western countries in the east of Europe, well, let's keep it like this. And of course, the European Union has created this economic German, Polish, and Czech zone. It is really consolidated. It's like we had just one country here. Some people might like it, some people might not like it, but it is an economic area that needs protection in the future. And Germany will be the third or the fourth military power in the world if the German Chancellor's plan is going to be carried out with all the investments which have been declared. So we can see an opportunity emerging from this situation. We could build something that we will never get from the Americans, because the American presence here will only mean that we can hope that there will be an American intervention if there is a war, a conflict. But there will be no real shield here in Europe against attacks from the air. For this, we need Germany. We also need Germany if we want to rebuild Ukraine and if we want Ukraine to join the European Union. Because if Germany does not agree with Ukraine joining the European Union, this will be some serious defeat of Poland. So we need to use this reshuffling taking place in Germany to build a German-Polish area of security. Germany is now talking that they might buy this anti-aircraft shield from Israel. And please consider that we cannot defend ourselves from such attacks. Our situation is even worse than the situation of Ukraine, because only half of such missiles reach the target in Ukraine. In Poland, all of them would reach their targets if there were such attacks here from the air. So we would need to get Germany involved in this new Eastern politics, including Ukraine joining the European Union, which would be some serious reshifting, because the European Union would move towards the east. And this is not possible without German involvement. And in the terms of, well, in the 5 years to come, I think that the majority of Polish politicians and the Polish public believe that there is a spider in Paris trying to weaken Poland, and I don't know why this spider, well, the French president thinks that Poland is such a bad country for France. So we need to consider this, that Paris with President Macron will try to weaken Poland for the next 5 years to come. And now the big question is whether Berlin will join France in these efforts or maybe not. It is some psychological trauma for Berlin what is happening now in Ukraine, and maybe Germany will change the political role it's playing in Europe to our benefit. I was very pleased when I saw that both Ukrainians and Morawiecki, well, Zelensky and Morawiecki are trying to put some additional psychological pressure on Germany. I can remember the statements by Morawiecki in Berlin. So he was appealing to the German conscience, and Zelensky refused to accept Steinmeier in Ukraine. So this is some serious humiliation for Germany, and I think that one of the results is this reshuffling taking place in Germany right now. And now the question is what the purpose is. Mr. Bartosiak says that Germany is supposed to be humiliated and marginalized in Europe. Or maybe we could use this transformation of Germany so that it can play a new role to our benefit. Well, the first scenario, well, this will result just in an alliance between Germany and France with bad consequences for Europe. And the latter scenario, well, this might give us some hope. It is a chance for us, but we need to work hard to use it well. And the Polish government seemed to understand it. Szymański or Morawiecki, I think they do define this problem very well. I feel like they understand the reality. Thank you. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue this topic. Well, I do agree with you. As for this analysis of what is going to happen in Paris and what is going to be happening in Paris in the next 5 years, and I remember that this article published recently on what was happening in France before the elections and what is going to happen there now after the elections. But I do have some doubts as regards our cooperation, our alliance with Germany. Why? My first question, a real change in Germany, because you are saying that this change is taking place. However, what I've seen so far from Germany are just some big words. They were promising 3,000 units of weapons. But they haven't arrived in Ukraine yet. They were promising that they would change the energy policies. Nothing has happened yet. So only some big words, a lot of talking. And there was a survey in Germany. Of course, I understand that change is always a process. It does not happen overnight. But most Germans, as we can see based on the survey, they don't want to provide Ukraine with heavy weapons. And it's also the position of the German intellectuals. So they are trying to stick to this strategic autonomy. Well, this letter you are referring to, this letter of the German intellectuals, well, it's really a shame because they wanted Ukraine to give up, to give in to the Russian aggression. So, yes, they don't want to help Ukraine, but they also want Ukraine to give in. Yeah, of course. So I do not really believe if a real change is taking place in Germany, and also I doubt if we do share common strategic interests, because right now we cannot see that Germany is trying to rethink the future order, global order with a European federation. And they want Europe to be a federation with Poland being a second-class country. And I talk to German politicians on a daily basis, and I cannot see any rethinking on the German side. I cannot see that they want the Americans to get more rooted in Europe. To the contrary, they keep saying, even though unofficially, that Americans should go away from Europe. Of course, I do agree that our economy is connected with the German economy, but the big question is whether this is to the Polish benefit, because we have this ranking of the World Bank, and we can see that the German companies are exploiting the Polish economy. Well, it is the Polish people that need to perform, to do all the work, and the Germans, they just keep making money. But look at the export. So the Polish export to Europe, half of that export, well, these are actually German companies, subsidiaries of the German parent companies. So in the 90s, we needed that German capital, these German investments. That goes without saying, but we are in a different place right now. So maybe we should focus on creating our own companies that would be competitive, that would play a big role in rebuilding Ukraine, so that we do not need to be just subcontractors for the German economy. So the strategic plan that Germany has created now, is this compatible with a Polish-German alliance, or maybe this is utopian? Maybe we should rather focus on the territories of the former First Republic of Poland, as Mr. Bartoszak was suggesting. Mr. Rokita, can you make a few comments on that? We have some time for a debate. Well, Mr. Jaki, I know your views, and the right-wing politicians in Poland have some prejudices as regards Germany, which might be justified to some extent based on the German policies we've observed for some decades. And I don't want to argue with you. It is true that we need to create some Polish businesses, Polish companies being competitive across Europe. We need to be present in the East when Ukraine is going to be rebuilt. I agree with you. However, if there is a difference between what I believe and what you believe, it is something that is related to the perception of the reality. We have the following question. If if Eastern Europe is reshuffled, rebuilt, because there might be some opportunity for this. Maybe it's not as optimistic as Mr. Bartoszek was suggesting, but I think that indeed there is an opportunity now to reshuffle Eastern Europe. So will this be a change supported by Germany or a change not supported by Germany? And the Polish interest and the German interest, they are both rooted in the east of Europe. And this is something Polish people know, although Sikorski believed Poland to be a country of the Piast royal family, so he thought that Poland would just need to focus on some intrigues in the European politics, but it's not true. We can see now that our mission is actually the East, and the Polish interests are being played out in the East, and this hasn't changed since the 14th century. Whether you like it or not, it's just a matter of fact. And the German interests have always been played out in the East. Just look at Schröder. We know who Schröder is. He's an agent and being paid by the Russians. He's on the Russian payroll. And yet he was the chancellor that decided that Poland would join the European Union, even though Chirac was against it. So this is the most hated German politician since the fall of the communism, and still he is a national hero for Poland because he made it possible for Poland to join the European Union. So it was Schröder who made that decision in 2003 that made that decision that Poland would join the European Union. Chirac wanted to wait for 2 more years. So that's the problem. There is some serious German interest in the East, and there is some serious Polish interest in the East, and that's why the Polish and German economies and the Czech economy have been integrated so much, because this is not just something that regards Poland, that regards also the Czech Republic. It is such a modern form of the German Drang nach Osten. But this is no occupation. It is more like some German colonization of Poland, which in the past resulted in the city of Krakow being created. So now the question is whether we're going to cooperate with Germany in the East in terms of the protection of that economic area that has been established here and the security. So whether Ukraine is going to join the European Union, our common security here in Central Europe, and the economic development of Central and Eastern Europe. And that includes rebuilding Ukraine. There are no political interests which would be more vital, and they all connect Poland with Germany. So we, of course, need to be perceived as an equal partner when we talk to Germany. And please take a look that there is a difference between France and Germany. If you start shouting at the Germans, they feel ashamed and they are ready to, change their behavior. And the French, well, if you start shouting at the French, they are always appalled and they're not ready to change anything. They just say it's outrageous, and they feel that they say that there is some regime in Poland. So there is a difference in terms of how Germany and France take some critical remarks. So please remember that we need Germany to protect our interests. I think this is realistic. And as for methods, I agree with you, Mr. Yaki. All these things you've mentioned today, we need to do those, but we need to remember what our final target aim is. Well, this Piast policies by Sikorski, I think Bolesław Chrobry wouldn't like how Sikorski depicted these policies. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of issues have been addressed, so I'm going to take a long time with my statements now. Question number one, which is of some fundamental importance. We cannot talk about the current politics as if we had the monarchies of the 18th century. It is not some monarchs coining their plans without the public being involved in any way. So my first conclusion, as far as the Western politics is concerned, well, only things that the voters agree with are possible. And I believe that the German voters will not agree with using the German resources to build military capabilities to threaten Russia or to scare Russia, so to say. So if there is any politician in Germany saying that there might be a war between Russia and Germany, that politician will not win any elections in Germany. And look at President Obama. He convinced Japan to create a real army that would be able to take some responsibility for security in the Far East, and that was continued by President Trump. You remember the meeting in Hanoi. They didn't talk about nuclear weapons of the North Korea. They talked about the South Korea spending more on military so that there is some relief for the U.S. So Trump wanted to go back to Washington and say, here is your relief because the South Koreans are going to pay more. They're going to bear that liability for the situation in the region. And they wanted to do the same with Germany. But that idea collapsed when the war in Ukraine started. And the Germans, well, they are not a continuation of the Third Reich. As far as their mental condition is concerned, I think they are more closer to the hippies than to the Third Reich. So that's how much sacrifice we can expect from Germany. It's no sacrifice, actually. So we cannot expect the Germans to offer any sacrifices. And if the voters say no, well, the government will collapse. That is one thing. Another thing, I agree that we cannot see any practical consequences of this mental reshuffling. So they do not want to impose sanctions against Sberbank and Gazprom Bank, and they have they have stopped Nord Stream for now, but that pipe has not been removed. And it is also quite attractive in Germany to have an anti-American position if you want to be successful in your elections. That is something that Schroeder did, and this is going to be repeated. And we need the Americans to protect ourselves from Russia here.
So, why is that? I think France has been the main obstacle in that. But what now happens when if Ukraine enters the EU? Together with the Baltic states, being under the pressure of Russia, they will try to draw the attention of the US, which is unwanted, unwelcome by France and Germany. So there'll be a sort of Eastern European bloc with Scandinavia, with the Nordics, Poland, Ukraine, etc. We used to say our Angla, but that's not true anymore. And now some say Frau Ribbentrop. Now, what Germany did is symbolized in Ukraine with the 5,000 helmets and the old cases of old Eastern German rounds. Now, some things have changed, and so far Ukraine has been looking at Poland with the German eyes, to a large extent due to the lack of funds, and particularly because a lot happened. A lot of the funds were transferred through German foundations. Now, the vision of reality has been updated, and Germans cannot reverse that anymore, and they have wasted their 30-year investment in the mentality of our eastern neighbors. In terms of a European military, well, I've been looking at this since 1995, and I assure you that no such thing will be created. That's due to the things I mentioned. That is, there are declarations on the one hand, and then there is necessary sacrifice, materially wise and people wise, and the decision-making system mean all that combined that it is simply impossible. Do you remember the Prague summit, maybe, of 2003, when Germany, France, and Luxembourg met to say, to announce that they were creating a European army, and it was called so because their activities really were limited to eating chocolates and talking. And the defense union was not opposed to by us because we came to the conclusion that it will not come true without the support of the UK. That's why we decided not to oppose. We know that the Americans are not there anymore. They're rather with Canadians, and the Americans rather with us. The only moment when it becomes realistic to a certain extent is Sao Malo Declaration of 1998, December 1998, and that resulted in the Helsinki decisions of December 1999 about launching the European intervention forces. We are in 2022, and that force has still not been created. There are 2 battalion groups, but with vacancies. You know what battalion groups are. When there is talk of the Ukrainian war, the number of such groups go in dozens and hundreds, not in 1, 2, 3. The whole French effort will go towards the south, to the Mediterranean Sea and Sub-Saharan Africa, of course. And, that's a brief comment on this international dimension of such a possibility. C4ITS capabilities, for example, are that is satellite intelligence, etc., requires a huge infrastructure, and the French launched their first satellites in 2022 with the help of Russian missiles supplied by Roscosmos a few days before the invasion on Ukraine. The same goes for Torrejon near Madrid, that bought satellite pictures from Russians to be independent from Americans, and these are not constructs that are attractive to our interest. Let me add on top of this that we need to remember that the EU is in its fourth crisis in a row. The first was the southern Eurozone crisis that strengthened Germany as the stabilizing player of the Eurozone. The second one was the immigration one, then the COVID crisis, and now is the Russian aggression crisis. All this means that there is no money available in the EU. The money has been used up. The EU is broken into three camps. The wealthy north with Germany, but the Netherlands being the main fighter in that camp. They are the stingy camp. Then there is the southern camp with huge sovereign debt. Italy, Portugal, and Spain. And it's not an effort that can be borne fully by the northern camp. It's something that Germans will not agree to. They will not agree to creating a first speed Eurozone that is taking over the responsibility by the German taxpayer for the financial obligations of the French taxpayers. There is the slogan of putting an end to a transfer union. So the governments that will have to find funding for such projects as for military, for example, strengthening the military to push back Russia. That cannot be held up. And remember that Germany is an export economy, and decisions about exports are not made based on realities, rather an image of realities. Do you know that the V4 group? Jan Maria Rokita is right to mention Poland and the Czech Republic, but let's focus on the whole Visegrad group. This is the biggest market for German products, bigger than the US, than France, and than China. Who knows that? Who knows how to use that at a political meeting? Do you know that V4 is a bigger export market than Russia by 600%? And yet, the projects of international cooperation are geared towards Russian needs, not the V4. So I'm thinking in the German plans, they're not projecting pushing back Russia. Middle Europa requires a different approach, and including the Ukraine and the EU would break that axis, and Germany or France will not agree to that, so it is impossible. France has the legal instrument, a fantastic one. 2005 saw Article 85 be included in the Constitution of France, under which any new accession treaty of a country joining the EU whose number is beyond 5% of the population of the EU has to go under a referendum, which is a requirement of the Constitution. So this was geared towards Turkey rather than Ukraine, but as things stand, Ukraine meets that criterion. Remember Macron offending Bulgarians and Turks, and he wasted the whole effort of Northern Macedonia, not because he is ill-educated, but because it gives him opportunities, electoral opportunities. 20th June will see the first round of the parliamentary elections and the second one, and then there is the summit of the EU, which should see a discussion about Ukraine becoming a candidate to the EU, and I'm of the belief that Macron has to do all he can in his party's campaign for that not to be considered. I am of the belief that it will be a negative decision. And one more strand, remember that we are headed for midterm elections in the US in the autumn. Currently, the Democratic administration exerts pressure on fighting the Russian aggression is motivated not by the strategic game entirely, which is an important element by itself, but after the Republican weakness, the Democrats cannot show any weakness in the entire picture. So we'll see what happens after the autumn. Now let's expand wishful thinking. Wishful thinking is not only about Ukraine being victorious against Russia, because Ukraine cannot do it on her own. It's also a wishful thinking exercise to say that we are to build with Germany a structure for security in Europe, including Ukraine and the European system, and by building capacities, deterrence capacities against Russia. That will not happen. As soon as that happens, the whole political system in Russia will break after if they lose, and his Putin's follower will be seen as a reformer, and that based on that they will have to rebuild the previous system. And why did the war break out altogether? That's because Russia wants the Black Sea territories. What does Russia have enough of? Land. They have enough land. So this is not about taking a piece of land or even the entire Ukraine. It's not about land. Ukraine plays the role of the Republic of Poland until the 3rd of May constitution. That is absolutist empires cannot tolerate democracy. That is, Putin cannot tolerate in his Ruski Mir area. He cannot put up with the fact that there are people with a similar mentality to Russian that, change their president and 70% of parliament. That's a scandal. You don't do such things. I should say that Ukraine is a funny country where you never know who's the next president going to be. In Russia, everything is clear. First you are a president, then you win an election. So this is why Russia is going to go to the very last of their powers, to the very end, because there is no such thing as a president emeritus in Russia. Yeltsin was an exception, but he was an alcoholic. And, in Russia, if you lose power, you risk losing your life. The same goes for Lukashenko, and I agree that this war will decide about the fate of Belarus and Moldova. But I have no illusions about a construct based on Germany and Europe. Germany will go for keeping dominance in the EU and in Middle Europe, and that requires a break of Eastern Europe into a German and Russian dominion. Russians are not going to use the resources to defend Poland or Ukraine. And voters will not accept that. Thank you very much. Right, picking up on what my four speakers were kind to say. And at the same time, let me comment that that was a maximum version of Polish success, so now let me be more realistic, more bitter. I think we need to prepare for years of stabilization of the international order, and it's not going to be a march, a victorious march of Western Europe and reconciliation of the West. No. We might be going into a period of Napoleonian wars with continental blockages and technology, competition for technology, and blocked access to markets. And this is where I see an attempt of Germany, rather an attempt at dismantling this German power, which is something Mr. Rokita doesn't like, although he's saying it's impossible to shift in a significant manner. Well, I'm of the belief that in Europe we are headed for a huge crisis of the social contract as a result of the Ukrainian war, of the resource policies, the pressure of the US to decouple from China, which will be even stronger if Ukraine wins. against Russia, which will be part of the Eurasian war for Eurasia. Europe already finds it difficult to find a political resilience, a political stability, and Germany have been benefiting from that for free. And once Americans see the Germans continue along those lines, I expect after the Congress elections a switch of gear on Germany, particularly if Ukrainians are not losing the war at that time. It's all down to the Ukrainian soldier, because if it hadn't been for their approach, their morale in the war, we wouldn't be here discussing these matters. This shows how the soldiers' efforts shifts the parameters of the war. Now let me tell you how bad things were in December 2021, including for Poland. We are in a much better situation now. I was even slightly depressed because Putin was winning. He was achieving his goals without having a war. France and Germany had structural interest based on the social contract, due to the social contract, like the professor mentioned. That is, they had to put up the interests of capital, of the labor market, and the government as to how the margins and the organization of society were to be decided upon. And that's the control mechanism for the whole system. And that social contract pushed them towards continental consolidation, instead of going for a rivalry between the US and China. And certainly no war in Europe. That was to the benefit of Putin's policy. And that led to limiting the independence and sovereignty of the Polish state, of course. Sure, there was some benefit, superficially, Biedronka, Lidl, and similar, but that's not what it was about. Americans were in an ever deeper crisis that was even strengthened under Biden. And this war on Ukraine brings Americans back into the European picture. Although we need to bear in mind that this will last a long time and be broken down into a number of stages, like the Second World War, the Napoleonic Wars, etc. So let's not neglect a reform of the Polish army, even if Ukrainians win. Please remember about this. This is key. I'm betting, as a result, that when emotions are down, the war prolongs, then the social contract will exert pressure on the governments of Germany and France to go back to a discussion with China and Russia. And as to that, contrary to Mr. Rokita, then without Germans having a new deal with Central Eastern European countries, but not based on colonial rules, without American pressure, it cannot be done. And Americans will not exert that pressure, will not accept that unless Ukraine wins this war and unless there is an opportunity for an interwar, maybe not a separate political pole, but the whole value chain will be placed here in Romania, Poland, Belarus, Baltic states, Ukraine, with the American capitals, with American investment. Unless we modify the share of work, the spread of work, it couldn't be done. And this is what Americans needed Russians for. Please pay attention that all among us, the Western middle class, could live off of Chinese producing cheaply by using coal and poisoning their children. The Chinese said, okay, we're not interested anymore. So the Russians, both for the Chinese, Germans, and the French, were the pivot country that could take over the entire industry. That is, Russia was to become the new pivot country that could install the manufacturing industry in Siberia. Both Germans and French believed that that was a perfect solution, so they were lying to Americans by superficially supporting the transatlantic pact, while this was a perfect solution. We have buffer countries that are cheap manufacturers. We don't have to confront the Americans directly. They provide us with security and access to the international market, and we can use that, benefit from that opportunity. And at the same time, it gives us a dominance in Europe. So that was a perfect deal, and Germans were only pretending they didn't know what it was about. Now the question is, who will change this? Who will change the deal? Is the Ukrainian soldier that is changing the entire deal? And this is why this war will also decide about these issues. And it's a good opportunity for Poland to negotiate, based on this, a new spread of work, a new status of powers in the new Europe and in the European Union, and providing us with opportunities, meaning that we will not be a peripheral country anymore. Some might say this is a maximum plan, but I think it's a very rare opportunity for us to really achieve this. You asked me about nuclear escalation. And this is an important issue, of course, and it is down to the following. Now, I might be emotional, but we cannot allow for a situation in which Russians who want to play in the European games say, we have great conventional army, we have resources, which has been proven not true by Ukrainians, but they pretend they are a part of the European balancing system because they have nuclear weapons. We need to make Russians to stop playing that card, and this might require a bluff to calling on their bluff. It can rather safely be called upon, checked, by balancing the stakes for Poland and the US. Of course, it's very difficult, and this is something that was missing in Biden's speech at the Royal Castle in Warsaw. Because Russians need to have the following calculation. Americans would be dying in such a situation of de-escalation by escalation and would have the same risk stake. It would never be perfect and adequate to Ukraine and Poland, but it should be close to it. If they provided us with that, by Biden's words and demonstrations of, for example, aircraft transporting nuclear loads here in Poland, in Kiev, in Romania, then Russians would have to reflect, have to think before using that, before playing that card, and that would really give us a shield for Ukrainians to really win that war for the Donbass. That would give us protection. We were very afraid in the first days of war, weren't we? Due to this difference in stakes, in risk. And this is a difficult conversation. Americans don't like such conversations, but they are our closest allies. Like Austin said recently, we need to care, we need to pay attention to that risk perception, we need to put pressure and, use the opportunity of Americans noticing that Russia is weak, which is something I did not expect 3-4 weeks back. We expected transportation routes to be shelled. We could have been drawn into this war, and it seems that Americans, with their positions, are pushing that risk back, but it would be a good opportunity. This is the point where we need to put pressure on them. This is where we want Ukraine to win. So now, thank you very much. Now 5 minutes of a brief summary. Professor?
Ja dorzucę jeszcze kilka faktów.
Well, I would like to add some more facts, and then you can make the conclusions yourselves. So, we focus on the Atlantic world, but please notice that the war in Ukraine has caused some further shifts, like Japan is now all of a sudden remembering that there are some Russian islands that actually belong to Japan. And the Russian peace troopers have left the Nagorno-Karabakh, for example, which is yet another shift as far as the agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan is concerned. So there are different players in the world who now see that Russia is becoming weaker and weaker and doesn't make sense to support it. Even Lukashenko is smart enough to see that it doesn't make much sense for him to give an order for the Belarusian army to get involved in the war in Ukraine, and he does not want to make that decision. So this is dimension number one. Dimension number two, I think that we should expect a conflict in the European Union with regard to the Ukrainian war. As far as the French politics is concerned, I mean the strategic autonomy launched in 2017, and also the German coalition under SPD. This is the European strategic sovereignty. These include an idea to give up on these unanimous decisions in this area and to have a qualified majority instead, and that would mean that France and Germany would have some serious advantages being the two countries with the most population in the EU. And I think that, Germany and France wanted to invite Putin to a EU summit in Brussels, but Poland didn't agree with that. And there were some other countries that didn't agree with that, but we were able to block it, that invitation for Putin, because we had this unanimous decision principle. And also, we need to manage the reparations to be paid by Russia, whether Russia wants to pay that money or not. These reparations will be there, and they will also include the frozen assets. So we've frozen those Russian assets in the West, and that money needs to be managed. And if that money is going to be managed by the Germans, it will be German companies that will get all the best contracts. What is more, the European Recovery Fund, and now Poland is still waiting for its share from that fund, which is also a political message. It has been established illegally. It is not in line with Article 310, 11, and 12 of the EU Treaty, because these articles say that the European Union must not take any debts. They stipulate clearly that the EU budget should be based on its own money. And the Polish public learned about the EU during the time preceding the Polish accession, but right now it looks different. There is not enough money in the EU, and if you have some problems that need solving, like those in the East, you need to provide some further funding, and that means that there will be not enough money to solve the problems in the south of Europe. For example, on the 9th of May, we're going to celebrate the Day of Europe, and Greece and Poland wanted to put a message on Ukraine into the statement based on that day, but the Netherlands were against it. The Netherlands and France were against it. So that moral shift is not as deep as you might think. And this moral shifting in Germany, this is taking place, but there's a difference between sentimental changes and something that the Romans called virtus, meaning the courage that is necessary to be able to offer some sacrifices. So there might be some sentimental statements, we can expect that, but this doesn't mean that they are going to sacrifice their own resources and interests. So I think what is going to happen on the battlefield in Ukraine will be of fundamental importance, and Poland should do whatever it is possible for Poland without taking excessive risks to support Ukraine, actually based on the assumption that it is our war. Poland has fought 14 wars with Russia since 1492. 19th. Which one is the 19th one? I don't remember the 19th one. The result of my calculation was 18. Or maybe we can now assume that the current war is the 19th one because the Ukrainians were one of the nations belonging to the Republic of Poland in the history. Thank you, Professor. Dr. Bartoszek, voice over to you. Some concluding remarks. Well, we are going to make some serious decisions. We need to do so. And we can see some significant changes in the US. So we need to use that opportunity as long as it is there. So we need to negotiate with the Americans to reform the Polish military. And I'd like to stress the word negotiate, because we need the organizational support of the Americans. Otherwise, it might be difficult for us to reform our military. And we do not have 30 years to do this. This needs to be done quickly. Because even if Ukraine wins, or if there is a partial victory of the Ukrainian side, well, it is just the beginning of some serious destabilization period with kinetic conflicts, and this is going to continue for, I don't know, some 20 or 30 years. So we should not believe that Russia is weak, because even Ukrainians are able to win with Russia, because Russia has already shown in the past that it is able to adapt to reform its military. Let's remember what happened during the reign of the Polish king Władysław IV. They reformed their clothing, for example, but they also reformed some other aspects of its system. And the Second World War, well, the beginning of that war was what it was for Russia, but the outcome was something else. So the Russians had managed to adapt to the circumstances within that period of 4 or 5 years. So we need to prepare for the worst case scenario. And now to conclude on the East and all the different scenarios, well, I'm thinking about how we could use what Mr. Rokita was talking about, this new opening in Germany. They are now giving up these Bismarck's ideas on how to shape the politics in Europe, and the German Minister of Defense was saying that yes, indeed, the Americans are, well, we are providing this nuclear guarantees and space capabilities, but they wanted to focus on Europe. But I think it was like acknowledging the American power and getting rooted in the transatlantic vision of the world. And that suggestion by this German politician was not accepted in Germany. Maybe this would be the best solution for Poland if Mr. Rokita is right when he is saying that we cannot get rid of Germany completely. But for this, we need Ukraine to win the war, and we need to negotiate with the Germans on what this German-Polish alliance really means, because Germany would need to be anti-Russian. So this would be like condition number one, prerequisite number one for this alliance. Germany would need to be ready to be anti-Russian and create a European superpower against the Russians, which was not something stipulated in that social contract concluded between the German people and the government. So it is a difficulty that I'm going to face now. Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Rokita, your final remarks? Well, my God, we have the following problem in this debate. We have something fundamental that we share beyond some differences of opinion. We all believe that it is our war, that the war taking place in Ukraine now is our war, and we need to get involved as much as possible. The West should get involved as much as possible in order to win the war, but it is not a dominant opinion in Poland or in the West, because in Poland I also think that people do not want to see this war as their own. And I remember some debates in Mikołajki with Polish generals just before Easter, and I was quite surprised because the Polish generals, the most known ones, they think that this is not our war. They think that Ukraine has no choice but to lose this war sooner or later, and that's why we need to stay away from this. They didn't want to acknowledge this openly, but they kind of admired Hungary when it comes to the Hungarian attitude, approach to that war. So the Polish generals might have a different opinion, but we share a common opinion on this one, so there is not much room for differing opinions between us. However, there are some points where we differ. I remember listening to some lectures by Professor Grajewski in Krakow and Professor Żurawski, and I had a lot of respect for professors' lectures, and I thought that the different scenarios drawn up by Professor Żurawski, Krajewski, they all looked like a nightmare for me. So what professor is saying is like the black side of my own mind. It was like this in the past, it is still like this. I think it is really possible that all these things Mr. Żurawski Krajewski is saying is actually true. I think it's a very likely scenario. However, Patrick Jaki asked us about the Polish success in this war, and the assumptions by Professor Grajewski are different, because he assumes that there will be a defeat. Professor said 4 things very clearly. Thing number 1, I've taken some notes. Russia is determined. They want to use all the resources it has to win this war. This is a quotation. That means that Ukraine cannot win. If Russia is ready to use all its resources, Ukraine cannot win. This is going to be a long-term conflict in the east, and it will be getting more and more unpleasant. And it will be expanding on other countries. Ukraine, that was thing number 1. Thing number 2, Ukraine will not join the EU because this will be blocked by political decisions, which means again a defeat for Poland, because the Polish interests will not be considered, and our Eastern politics, well, that will not be successful. So this is again something that means that we are not going to win this war. Thing number 3. We cannot do anything with the Germans because we have this Bismarck paradigm, which is irrelevant in German politics, and we'll see it again in the German politics very soon, which means that there will be no safety and security in our part of Europe, because no matter what we could hope for with regard to the American presence, or to the enhanced American presence in Europe now, with the American politics evolving to the Polish benefit, well, in general, the truth, we all understand, is as follows. The Americans are just guests here in our part of Europe, and that's how they understand their presence here. And any American politician I've talked to about this within the last 30 years has told me that Ukraine does not give any security for the EU. On the contrary, Ukraine requires American investments in security, so they are not a good partner for the US. A comfortable partner. Now, the Polish neighbors here in Central Europe, well, if we cannot build any security system here with the help of the Americans, well, the conclusion is there will be no security here. And now I'd like to address Professor Grajewski, saying Germany cannot be reformed. They stick to this paradigm by Bismarck. Ukraine will not join the EU. There will be no security architecture here in Central Europe. This is not feasible. Well, that means that we've lost this war, and after the war, whatever the outcome is, the situation will be worse for Poland and not better for Poland. And there is one more scenario, because if Russia is supposed to use all its resources, we need to assume that this war is going to be a very lengthy war. It will keep expanding on other countries, and there is no guarantee that Poland will not be included. So we have no choice but to militarize the country and carry out internal reforms to allow for the establishment of a governance system and some civic patriotism that would be able to oppose the Russians if there is a war, like what we have in Scandinavia. It is the most pessimistic scenario, and I think that it is not a political necessity to do this. All these things Professor Żurawski-Welgrajewski is saying, they are not bound to happen, and if we do what we need to do now, we can prevent all these things from happening if we act as an equal political partner. Thank you. Do you want to take a minute to address Mr. Rokita? Because even if Russia uses all its resources, where you were saying, Professor, that we would still stand a chance to win. Well, the Russian resources are much smaller than we tend to believe. Just look at the medical packages that have been distributed to the Russian soldiers that were produced in 1978. So, okay, Russia might want to do different things, but this doesn't mean that it will be able to do them. And this American, Central European, Ukrainian, Scandinavian coalition is resistant enough to ensure security in our region, as I see it. So yes, there is this threat of these black scenarios. We agree that this is one of the possible scenarios. But the most likely scenario is different. I will be more optimistic when it comes to Germany. And even if the negative scenarios do take place, the final outcome will not be as negative as you are depicting it right now. But it is true that we need to get militarized right now. Just 2 points. Go ahead. Well, 2 points, and this might change Mr. Rokita's mind. Well, we have 2 chances to win with the Russians. They have 2 systemic errors. The Ukrainian army can get more people now than the Russian army, and they are getting the weapons from the West. So what used to be an advantage of the Russian Federation, the number of soldiers, it is no longer there on the battlefield. And also Russia does not have such a great advantage in terms of the military equipment. And this reform by Shoigu and Serdyukov, well, this broke the reserve systems of the Russian army that we had since the time of Peter I, and the Russians have not learned yet how to fight a war in the Western style, which means that Ukraine does stand a chance to destroy the Russian army, because the Russian soldiers might be trying to move on new territories, fighting the old style, and they might be surprised because the Ukrainians might be able to stop them if we provide them with enough weapons. So Russia might, Russia is not forced to do so, but Russia still is just getting rid of its own soldiers fighting on the ground, of its infantry. And West Mitchell, who was responsible for our region, wrote an assessment which went as follows. Well, the Americans, the Pacific, they're not going to stay here forever. But winning with Russia right now, well, Well, maybe, like it would be great for Russia to collapse completely, but maybe the Americans do not go that far. It is in the American interest to get rid of one of the two main opponents in Eurasia, I mean Russia, and they feel that they do stand a chance to do this, and that's why they might see this through. And the situation is very dynamic. However, as Professor was saying, thank you, Professor Żurawski-Welgrajewski, Dr. Jacek Bartosiak, and Mr. Jan Rokita. Thank you very much. Thank you for the great debate. Thank you.
Rosjanie w pierwszej wojnie czeczeńskiej weszli na 16,5 tysiąca km². I to jest 3/5, to są 3/5 naszego
Przepraszam, bo już muszę Mogę z panem tylko krótkie selfie zrobić.
Czy mamy pana profesora połączonego, organizatorzy? Tak? To minuta i ja miałbym prośbę, żebyście państwo usiedli, bo teraz będziemy się łączyli. Dziękuję uprzejmie. Mam prośbę, żebyście państwo usiedli, łączymy się już, dobrze? Jakbym mógł poprosić państwa o zajęcie miejsc już, dobrze, bo będziemy łączyć. Chyba o 13:30, jak dobrze pamiętam, tak? Czyli jest 25 minut, tak? Tak, prosiłbym państwa, żebyście państwo zajęli miejsca już, a organizatorów proszę o połączenie, bo pan profesor nie ma czasu. Dobra, to daj mi. Okay. Dobra, to zrobimy kolejny, dobra? No dobra. Witamy Państwa, proszę.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to yet another part of this today's debate. A warm welcome to Professor Andrzej Nowak. Professor, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you perfectly. I'm happy to hear that. No need to introduce Professor Nowak, one of leading Polish intellectuals, historians, Sovietologists. A distinguished expert. He recently published a new book that I strongly recommend, Poland and Russia, his latest book. Very up-to-date. Neighborhood of Freedom and Despotism is the subtitle. Now, Professor, in the context of this conference, please take the floor. And since we've been talking about possible scenarios for this war, for its outcomes, and for the best solution, best outcomes for the Poland in the future, we want Poland to be stronger after this conflict. And let me ask you, Professor, what conclusions could be drawn for the benefit of this discussion from the joint history of Poland and Russia? A round of applause for the professor, please. Thank you. Thank you. A kind thank you for having me on this discussion. I remember Barack Obama receiving his Nobel Peace Prize up front, and he started a Syrian war right after that. So please, no applause up front. Remember that a historian is not prepared to talk about the future. About the future of the security in Europe and the context of Russian imperialism. There are few things I can tell you based on history. Let me pick up on some arguments from the discussion with the participation of my four speakers. I saw a fascinating analysis of the current state of security of Poland in the context of the current war zone and the possibilities for breaking the dominance of Russia over our region for the next years to come, and a slightly more pessimistic outlook by Jan Maria Rokita based on these 30 years of his experience with Western politicians, American politicians above all, if I understand correctly, and the marginal role of Poland in those talks. Polish-Russian relations can be seen from the current point in time, from here and now, or rather there and now, that is the there being the Russian, the Ukrainian front. Or you could adopt the short-term or long-term perspective dictated by the perspective of human life, several dozen of years. History tends to be helpful to see things in a longer-term perspective. What happened in the past and what is a natural interpretation context for what is now happening and for what might happen in the future. History might be seen from the point of view of providence, and of course it has to be borne in mind. Unfortunately, we do not have that insight into providence's plans, God's plans for this nation and several neighboring nations, including Poles and Russians. That's what Zygmunt Krasiński tried to do in his treatise on the Polish position of Poland. Other distinguished people tried to look into the history of Poland from that point of view, but certain solutions, if we are believers, certain decisions are made outside of our will. And let's remember about that, even if we don't have the insight into providence or godly plans. for this conflict that has been going on for generations, and so described by Adam Mickiewicz in his Paris lectures, which is a great analysis of Polish-Russian relationships, which I recommend to all those interested in these issues. Now, going down from that highest level, which is unachievable for me personally at least, let me tell you that the historical relationship between Poland and Russia could be put on two layers of conflict: geopolitical, not the Czerwieńsko land, because that was between Sanok and Lviv and Lublin. And a lot depends for the dwellers of this region on who it belongs to, but this has never been a challenge for Russia or the Piast dynasty. The geopolitical conflict is tied directly to the moment when Mongols took over the lands in the region, and part of that was taken over by Lithuania, and in combination with the Polish Republic, which is a well-known fact. Since that union of Poland and Lithuania, covers this union covers the entire Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, and Latvia partly, and a significant part of current Poland, today's Poland. And that conflict, we have grown used to see it through the lens of a defeat. We were defeated in our fight for Eastern Europe. Like Giedroyć used to say, Jaroszewski used to say, that how is it possible that from the Smolensk Gate we were moved to the suburbia of Przemyśl? This is proof of our defeat. Picking up on that wide geopolitical outlook, I would like us to review that pessimistic outlook. Current geopolitical fight, to a certain extent, the fight for Poland or the Polish heritage, or rather people, the Rzeczpospolita, the Republic, is not in Przemyśl. Przemyśl is still important in this context. It takes place not in Przemyśl, it takes place in Mariupol and Kharkiv, beyond Dnieper, where Poland's the Polish republics, Polish-Lithuanian republics borders were in the past. If this conflict takes place so far from the current Polish border, although sure there is risk of this war zone to move closer to Poland, because that is a real threat. But as of today, it is not the case. It seems that the Polish heritage, the heritage of the Polish-Lithuanian Republic, proves that the time since Lublin Union till 2022 has not been wasted, because what was supposed to be union, what is union, from the point of view of Moscow, which wanted to unite Russian lands, that is all that was under the Kiev Russia, and that was then under the taken over under waves of Russian imperialism. It is not a union. It is not an entirety. It is divided by an alternative to Moscow, Russia. An alternative created in Ukraine, which is still there. It is still available in Belarus, and which has its center in Lithuania too. Sorry I'm saying obvious things, possibly, but it's something we have to bear in mind. This is Poland's influence, and through Poland it goes further east, through formerly Russian lands. They are not part of current Russia, and above all, today's Ukraine is not going to be part of Russia, and their will it's possible only under long-term, extreme, forceful actions by Russia, that it can be incorporated into the Russian Empire, and that is our success. Why do I see it so, as a success? Well, in order for us to move to the second aspect of this historical conflict, geopolitical one, which is at the same time a conflict of rules, values. It's a conflict of two different societies, civilizations, possibly. I don't want to draw into the details because I only have 10 minutes left, so let me not delve into the details. Let me just draw your attention to a deep difference of political cultures. One is under being devoted oneself to the power, formulated by Yuri Wotman as the rule of the Russian political philosophy. That is what that power, that government does with that freedom to dispose of their its servants as its people as it wills. They are completely devoted to that power, and they, in return, that society is a part of the empire. They want to be a servant, a slave of the Tsar, but part of a huge empire. And since the Middle Ages, and there is an element to this political experiment of a big Republic of Poland, that is the political culture of agreement. That is, the government agrees with the society, with citizens, and vice versa. This is a completely different approach to implementing a political agreement management. And this was at clash between the two cultures when Cossacks, those that are currently the core of the Ukraine's self-image, decided to move against Moscow in mid-17th century, when Bogdan Khmelnytsky struck a deal with the Tsar and waited for Vasyl Buturlin, the Tsar's emissary, to sign the deal on behalf of the Tsar to combine the Cossack lands with Moscow. That's when he understood that it was not going to happen. The messenger said, no, Moscow has not seen such events. The ruler has never sworn anything to its citizens. You have to believe in the Tsar's goodwill. And this goodwill was well taught to Ukrainians in the following centuries. And this clash of two political cultures was a certain axis of conflict, of resistance, both military-wise and both spiritually-wise, which is of basic importance. Of course, material issues and matters organization is important, like gentlemen Grajewski and Bartoszek mentioned. But this issue of spiritual approach and two different visions of the place of man in a political community is of importance, not only due to this aspect of the republic, because those that were part of Russian lands have become Ukrainians because of their completely different vision of political community than seen by those under the Tsar of the Russian Federation's president. I mean, one more thing, this culture of agreement at will, based on exchange, is a culture that is not the only one, sole possibility in the world. What has been rooted in Poland also found its execution and otherwise in other places, elsewhere, based on that German root christened in the Christian tradition. A culture practically absent in France, where there is an absolutist culture and management by a king who does not share his rule and currently is the president. Also in Germany, I'm talking about the German countries in a plural because there are different traditions in the former Reich. In none of these countries the Republican culture is particularly deeply rooted. These joint roads for the Republican culture is something we have jointly with the UK and the US, the Anglo-Saxon countries, something that seems abstract. I think that seems to be an idea of a professor in some remote university in Poland. It's important, however, in light of the importance attention paid by the US to entire Europe not being dominated by the culture represented by Russia. So that this idea close to the American hearts idea is not eradicated from the European continent. It is important for some in America who are fighting for this important idea. It's of strategic importance to a certain extent that there is a certain alternative between Russia and Germany, an alternative for geopolitical and cultural agreement of two systems, between two systems that pay no respect to individual dignity and freedoms. So this is an issue of joint values, Republican values, that are threatened jointly in the current world. This is why it's so important to have hope, to bolster our hope. Of course, hope on its own, it does not mean much. Like you gentlemen said, we need to combine hope with militarization, bolstering our armies, bolstering our position geopolitically. But at the same time, I mean the spiritual position rooted in our conviction of being right. Clausewitz once wrote, after the 1812 campaign, that Russia cannot be conquered, it can only be divided internally. The same goes for Poland, for the Republic. It's been erased from the map. We know it's possible, but conquering is only possible spiritually. Only then is it eliminated spiritually when the conviction of this conviction of spiritual of being right in this spiritual experiment of this agreement-based approach of values like freedom and that we shared with Cossacks, which is so important in the aristocratic Sejms of dynasties like Khmelnytsky and Habdan. This issue of joint values shared by us within the Republic and with some countries in the West, some, because not all of them, is part of the foundation of our resistance. If somebody convinces us that this heritage is worth nothing, then we are finished. This is what Russia does, and this is the kind of language used by Russia. I have an entire series of quotations by Russians like Pushkin, who say that only force decides, power decides. You Poles have already lost, so you should move aside, and the West should say, okay, this is our influence zone. Of course, this kind of language is still being used by some in the United States, but let me argue against Jan Maria Rokita, which is very well founded what he said. I mean, but he referred to his 30 years of talks with Americans. The fact is that with all the stability of rules of geopolitical conflict, the world is changing, or rather its perception is changing. So today and tomorrow, American elites will be looking with much more attention at our piece of world than 10, 15 or 20 years back. Why? Well, because all attempts at drawing Russia towards America have failed. It's hard to imagine a move back to that kind of attempts made by Obama, Bush, or Biden. This particular situation we are in means that generally a geopolitical conflict that is the geopolitical conflict, the conflict for leadership in the world, and when the 21st century understood by everybody and among American elites, that is the one with China, then you need to invest in security in the region neighboring Russia, which seemed less important beforehand. The French, an allié de remplacement. Instead of Russia, you have the Republic of Poland. This is what they said. I hope that Americans have drawn their lessons from the interwar period. And I think they have never been so close to understanding the heart of the matter as presented in the treaties on democracy, democratic ideals and reality, that finally this is the combination of a democratic construction based on Central Europe from Finland to Greece with a central position of Poland and Ukraine at its heart is the basis of a success of republican rather than democratic values, civil values, without which United States and its power is not possible. No free Twitter is possible. No entire system that is functioning currently of connected elements is possible. This is the spirit I am talking about. Thank you very much for your attention and for allotting me this time for delivering this speech, and I wish you a continued fruitful debate. Thank you very much, Professor.
Dziękuję.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the next point on our agenda. It is going to be a debate moderated by Mr. Paliński of the Polish radio, and our guests, our panelists are, please take a seat, Mr. Wojciech Konończuk of the Center for Eastern Studies,
Dobrze. Nie, tak będzie okej. Nie, no. Żywa dyskusja. Bo każdy z panów potrafi mówić po 20 minut, o czym wie, więc żebyśmy zrobili dyskusję. Tak.
Good afternoon, Antonio Opaliński of the Polish Radio, and welcome to the next panel discussion. The panelists are Mr. Budzisz of the Strategy and Future Center, working working on many things, including the reform of the Polish army, also analyzed the Russian strategic culture, and you've also published a very important paper on how the Russians lost Alaska by selling it. Mr. Grzegorz Kuczyński of the Warsaw Institute, but he's also interviewed by many media, by many broadcasters, and he's the author of a few books on Russia and on the government practices in Russia. These are very valuable sources. So when we talk about Russia, we should not stick just to the doctrines, but also look at the practice. And Mr. Konończuk, Vice Director of the Center for Eastern Studies, a historian, and he's published an important book on the Second World War and the Polish people being sent to Siberia during that time. And on the website of the Center for Eastern Studies, you can find many papers on the energy policies, on the security policies, and also the heritage. All of you deal with the East, broadly understood. So I think that's good, because we talk about the European matters. Now I'd like to ask you which alternative is true. So do we need cooperation with Germany to have a sovereign Central Europe? Or is it the other way around? Maybe we should count on Germany being weakened to strengthen our position. And Professor Nowak also drew our attention to the Russian perspective, and that's something we're going to address too. The war taking place right now is also our war. Is it the beginning of a bigger global conflict, as Dr. Bartosiak was saying, like the time of the Napoleon Wars? It is, I think, also a question about the Russian potential. Is Russia really able to be involved in a war, maybe not against the whole world, but against the Western world? Thank you. Mr. Budzisz, thank you. Well, irrespective of the Russian potential, I think it's important to consider the perspective of the Russian elites and also, as it seems, the Russian society. I think this is a primary factor, even more important than the potential itself. I believe that Russia is preparing for a long war, a war that is going to last until the end of this year for sure. And we've heard that from Russian experts in the public domain. So the first results of this war, well, we might have them towards the end of this year, but this war might be even more lengthy, which means that there will be a mobilization paradigm introduced in Russia, and that will have a lot of impact on the Russian economy as well. So there is a discussion whether this should be a military system, or, as Oleg Deripaska was suggesting, this might be also based on some internal liberalization to strengthen the Russian entrepreneurs. So there are supporters of both solutions, the liberal solution and the military solution. This is not Deripaska, not only Deripaska saying this, Dmitry Zheny was talking about this too. And they agree on one point: Russia must not lose this war. They agree on that. So Russia has no choice but to use all its potential, which means that they must accept that this war is going to be a lengthy one. Of course, we need to talk about how we define a victory, but for sure this will be a very lengthy war aimed at destroying the Ukrainian potential. and also the potential of the Western Bloc indirectly. Because in the Russian narrative, well, there are some shifts there too, but there is a new point being made there. And that point says that it is a Russian war against NATO and the US and Western Europe. So Russia cannot accept losing this war because the price would be the existence of Russia itself in its current shape that we know. So I think that Russia is preparing for a lengthy war, which does not mean that it will be able to endure such a lengthy war. However, it is an attempt to destroy the Ukrainian potential, to destroy the Ukrainian population, and even if Russia is not able to win this war politically, it will try to make Ukraine a desert, some area that has been destroyed for good and cannot be rebuilt. So for decades, Ukraine would be a peripheral area that people will be leaving, that will be not developing, and that will pose no threat to Russia. No threat for Russia. So that's the first element of the Russian thinking, as I understand it, with regard to the current conflict. And another component, which is also important, is as follows. This is something that is related to the time perspective. So if we take a longer perspective, it might be in the Russian interest to exploit the divisions among the Western countries, within the Western Bloc, and also within the global bloc, and the Russians assume that these divisions will start being visible probably in the autumn. So we will see the divisions in Europe because there will be an energy crisis and there will be a food crisis, and China might be more inclined to get involved on the side of Russia. There is a new summit in China in September, and they will make a decision as to the future of the current Chinese president. And after that summit, that Chinese president will have more room for making different decisions than before the summit. Decisive for his future. So in terms of a realistic scenario, I would say that first, a Ukrainian victory in this battle over Donbass, well, even if we assume that from the military perspective this is realistic, I don't think that this will be decisive for the outcome of this war, or there are at least few reasons to believe so nowadays. And also the Western Bloc will be subject to some serious internal tensions in the mid-term perspective and in the long-term perspective. And very soon we will pose a question as to this war should be continued and its impact on the so-called social contract in the front countries like Poland, but also in the entire Western Bloc, because these efforts to continue this war for this war to continue, we will need to adapt. The Western world will need to adapt. And that opens a new perspective of some deep changes of life in the front countries, including Poland, and the geopolitical architecture here in the region. But we might talk about this later. Thank you. It's good you've mentioned China. I think so far we've talked more about Germany and the Polish-German relations, and we talked less so far about China. And if we want to take a global perspective, China must be involved. And you've been saying that the front countries, including Poland, they might face some shifts, some changes also as far as the public opinion is concerned, because there will be more economic consequences, there will be more sacrifices, more more victims, and what's the perspective of Russia itself, because this lengthy conflict, this lengthy war will have some impact on the Russian society and the Russian economy. Well, just to be briefly, the Russians don't need to worry about this. I mean, the Russian government, they don't need to worry about the social contract being violated here by the current, well, by implementing such a policy that is being implemented now. So they do have some potential for a lengthy war, and there might be some other stages, some frozen stages of this conflict. Right now, it's the hot phase, but that war might be frozen for some time. Look at the experience of Russia in Syria, for example. So they completed different tasks, and then after that they closed different front lines. And right now we have the front in Donbass, and they want to conquer Donbass within the administrative borders of the new republics, and they want the Ukrainians to bleed out. So the next city could be Kharkiv or Odessa, or look at the Transnistria, or Bujak. Or there might be some new moves of the Black Sea Fleet. So the Russian potential is huge, and in the long-term perspective, I do not see a perspective of some deep tensions in Russia, I mean the Russian society, because especially now the Russian society, well, it is a very specific Russian mentality, but that society has been consolidated around the government because the war is being depicted as protecting the Russian Federation. So the official narrative is that it is not a war against Ukraine, just Ukraine. It is a war against the Western imperialism, and of course the American imperialism to start with. So the sanctions we've introduced, they are going to have some effects, of course. But, well, some people might suffer like voters in the big cities who are not able to use Instagram, or they cannot buy a nice fancy gadget. But please remember that the Russians, especially those living in smaller towns in the province, they are used to sanctions targeting their consumerism. And also, these sanctions that have been introduced, they are not as painful for the Russian society as one might hope, because all the profits on selling the energy resources are still there. So the Russian state still has the money to provide all the benefits for its people. So I think it's more interesting to look how the war is going to develop and whether this is going to have any impact on the Russian elite, on the people in power around Vladimir Putin, because there's been a lot of speculation in the media since the outbreak of the war, especially since the point when we realized that Russia might have some serious problems with this war and with being successful in this war. But right now there is no serious threat for Putin. However, there are some signals which might be dangerous for Vladimir Putin in the future. I mean, some cleansing, some movements in the special forces within the FSB, because Putin, well, he originated from these forces and he protected them even when there were some internal conflicts between different forces, special forces in Russia, like Cherkasov. He made sure that there would be peace eventually, and he helped them negotiate. And now the FSB is taken to responsibility for the bad preparation, intelligence preparation for the war in Ukraine. And General Besedov has been targeted, and we also have information on other personal shifts within the security department apparatus, so that might result in support for Putin within the special forces themselves, because in Russia the basis for this power is not the army itself. These are the Chekists, the special for, not the Chekists, but the Federal Security Service, so FSB. Well, any shifts in Kremlin, they were talked about during the first phase of the war, and now we have experts saying that there are no indications of any such shifts in Kremlin. But Russia is running a war. It is a special military operation. So this is some propaganda, but maybe the Russian elites are afraid of, general mobilization, and that such a war could entail some serious changes with regard to Russia, like it was the case in the past, if the war goes for months or maybe years. Well, indeed, Russia launched this special military operation, and they wanted to win within a few days. It was supposed to be a blitzkrieg. But traditionally, Russia didn't take Ukraine seriously. It's a common mistake they have made many times over centuries. So this time they have neglected Ukraine. They have not taken Ukraine seriously, and that's why this special military operation is now becoming a fully fledged war. And the Russian society that the Russian propaganda is targeting, well, they are getting the society used to the word war. If you watch Russian TV, you might be surprised, because the Russian TV is the main source of information for over 50% of the Russian society. They do use the internet or the social networks, which are still available in Russia, but it is the TV that they indicate as the main source of information, and that has specific consequences, and I think that it's very interesting to study it. It will be something related to political science, but also psychology. So what are the consequences of such massive propaganda targeting these people for years, because that propaganda depicts a picture of the world that just doesn't exist in reality. And these are millions of Russians, and they watch their TV and they see very similar pictures. They see the pictures of Mariupol. They can see what's happened with that city. Of course, the Russian media, they do not say everything, and even if they do say some things, this does not reflect the reality. They depict their alternative reality. So it is a very interesting but a very dangerous experiment. And this war, it is already a war generating huge costs for the Russian society. So even if the loss of Russian soldiers is exaggerated by the Ukrainians, it is still a lot, and different regions of Russia can feel these losses. They realize that these boys and men have lost their lives, and we have sanctions which are already effective to some extent, and the impact of the sanctions on the Russian economy is going to become bigger and bigger. And if we talk about this in a few months' time, and I agree with the preceding speaker, is that this war is going to last because Putin made a mistake. He started a war he cannot win. And the Ukrainians, well, every week, the Ukrainians show Putin every week that he cannot win this war. Maybe it's too optimistic, but I think that Ukraine has already saved its sovereignty. I don't know if it has already saved its territories. As at the 24th of February, we'll see, but the sovereignty has been saved. We're going to talk about the consequences for Poland. So from the perspective of the Polish interest, if you want to keep it realistic, what would be the maximum win for Poland? How do you see it? So what should be the post-war order so that it's in line with the Polish interest as much as possible? Well, the answer depends on the assumptions we make. So, when will this war be over? And what will be the outcome? These are the questions we need to answer before we answer your question. We can agree that from a political point of view, Russia is not able to win this war. That means Russia is not able to achieve a situation in which it would control the territory of the Ukrainian state without running excessive costs. And it is not able to stabilize this territory of Ukraine. So, irrespective of whether that conflict is going to get frozen or not, irrespective of whether we are going to be able to push back the Russians to the territory where they were before the war, because right now they are fighting for well, and the Ukrainians might be able to regain their control over Donbass and maybe even Crimea, but irrespective of that, we are going to have a certain area that will be destabilized. And it depends on how long this war is going to last and what resources Russia is ready to use to continue this war. There are some limitations, in my opinion, and these limitations might become even bigger over time, but this is not something you can take for granted. Just to give you a brief summary, there was a meeting between Putin and the representatives of the steel sector and the metal sector of the Russian Federation. And the result of that conversation is that the production of steel will be 35% less, the production of steel and raw materials. We have the last report for February, a report by the central bank, and it shows that the income from exporting energy sources dropped by 45% as compared to the situation from before the war. So that money is just not coming. And as a result, they want to give up a principle that has shaped the Russian budgetary politics for decades. So all the profits made on energy sources, they were allocated to a fund of national prosperity. All the profits made on selling energy resources for more than $43.5 per barrel. So we can see some serious tensions in Russia. It is still a question how deep these tensions are and will be, but the experts say that there might be some forced unemployment with serious consequences with regard to the Russian society. The GDP should drop by, well, 8 or even 15% this year, and the unemployment should increase from 4.1 to about 8%. So it is not painful enough to deter Russia from continuing the war. All the more so as we can see a clear tendency that is something that is related to the middle class in Russia as well. So we have some pro-war sentiments increasing, and this is something that all the surveys show now. So surveys conducted by independent and sources and sources dependent or Kremlin. So even if we look at the middle class in the big cities, we can see that there is a shift and they are supporting the war more and more, which was not the case at the beginning of the conflict. And as for the Russian potential, I think there is just one problem here, and this is something that the British experts have been commenting on, those of the think tank of Russia. They went to Ukraine and they analyzed the missiles used by the Russians, and they have made the following conclusion. They say that all this equipment has been produced with important components. And these important components are crucial for the construction of that equipment which is being used in Ukraine. Like the optics, for example, they are actually French, those used in the Russian tanks. They use American components, and so on and so on. So in practice, it means that in the long-term perspective, the Russian industry will not be able to produce military equipment of the same quality, and there will be a problem of the unity of the Western world, because the Russians will be trying to bypass the sanctions, to bypass the limitations, so they will try to put a lot of pressure on the Western unity. If they are not successful, then the limitations that we have introduced will be effective and will be painful for Russia and the Russian society. But that means if the Russians want to continue the war, they will continue it. They will continue the old way. So they will need to use less sophisticated equipment. They will not have enough precise missiles. That means even more destruction in Ukraine. It will be a war which will resemble, as far as the destruction is concerned and the number of victims is concerned, this war will resemble the Second World War. So this trend will be even deepened. There will be even more destruction. If there will be no counter-offensive from the Ukrainian side, this will be a factor resulting in the deterioration of the Ukrainian situation, and also the deterioration of the situation of the Ukrainian neighbors. This will be a problem for the neighboring countries as well.
On the other hand, one might say that this way to conduct the war will bolster the opinion of the Western public opinion about this rupture. That is this old type of war, but carried out in the modern way, that is on smartphones and YouTube, etc. Will that keep the unity of West? Or, well, of course, Russians keep talking about that, and they believe that the fridge will win against the TV. That is, the tensions caused by the immigration, waves of immigration, and tensions due to lack of energy supplies will help them break that resistance of the West. Mr. Kuczynski, question about possible conditions for an end to this war, and what should we, as the Republic of Poland, should be striving for? All the Western countries will be going for a return to stability, return to business as usual, possibly a new perestroika, and possibly a new quasi-democratic leader in Russia. Before I answer your question, let me pick up on what my first speaker said about the migration waves, because I think it's something that's less talked about because everybody's focused on the war. But remember how big an impact this war has, and will have even more in the future, on the food situation worldwide, particularly regions like North Africa, where Russia is present, right? Where there's already huge tension in Libya, among others, which is a whole host of other issues. But this is an issue not only in Africa but also in Latin America, where Russians have interests in Nicaragua, Cuba, or Venezuela. Let me comment on how I see the possible development of events at the front line and how that might impact us and whether that's to our advantage or not. With the assumption, where I did not assume a full-scale war, so please don't treat this very to the T. I think that we're going to see no more shift in terms of the front line. If Russia wants to wage a long-term war, not using precise weapons, modern weapons, going for this more primitive, traditional weapons, like Marek said, And I think there is no room for huge charges, attack on Kiev, or possibly, in my opinion, a attack on Odessa or a land corridor to Transnistria. I don't think it's an option as of now. I don't think Russians have the potential to do this now, but I'm sure they're going to try and stick with the front line that I have with the, solidify their power in the areas they currently have under control and win over Donbass. And then that's a point where Putin might say that he won, he achieved his strategic goals. In 2014, these republics that were announced as states, their constitutions provide for their existence within the Ukrainian oblasts, Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts, within those borders. So now it's about strengthening positions in a Kherson Oblast, proclamation possibly of yet another republic, People's Republic, on these lands. And if we're talking about land war zone, land conflict, I think that's going to be limited in these areas. And if Putin achieves his minimum goal, I think Russians might agree to a ceasefire. And that will be the first test for the West. And we'll see about the reaction of Kiev. But the unity of West will be tested above all at that point, because politicians will raise their voices for a ceasefire, a stop of the bloodshed, etc. So a lot will depend on the conditions that Russians will want to negotiate with Ukraine in the case of a ceasefire. And I think that's going to freeze the conflict for a longer time, possibly, with some stages of escalation. And the question is, how is that going to impact Ukraine? In terms of destabilization, it's hard to imagine an economic reconstruction or even acceptance of the Ukraine joining the EU, because it's absolutely unrealistic. But I'm talking about how to rebuild the Ukrainian economy, its military, at a point where there is an ongoing war. And not only in Donbass, in southeast corners of the country, but at a much longer line on a much bigger territory. So that's going to be a destabilizing factor. And the question is, what is the status going to be of the country? If we assume that that ceasefire will be a more stable one, and the part of the Ukraine occupied currently by Russians, if it remains outside the control of Kiev, then that's a question about the entire Ukraine. Let me remind you that in the negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, the propositions on the Ukrainian side, because Russians did not propose anything, it was about, the Russian proposition was a complete neutrality of Ukraine. So that was an entire package along that lines. And the question is, how is Ukraine going to be located in such a case in the entire structure of the West if they are outside of any bloc and neutral? But if they can have their own economic and foreign policy directed to the West, then Poland can reap the benefits of that. But there's a lot of ifs in that matter. From our point of view, it's most important for Ukraine to move out of this war with the least possible damage and losses of territory, and as independent in its foreign policy as possible. It's not about imposing Ukraine decisions, but for Ukraine to have a leeway in its foreign policies. Also, Ukraine tried to impose certain solutions. I'm referring to a guarantee system, including Poland, among others. I wonder if it's possible. Now let me move to the third speaker. Please comment on the four speakers. I know that the Center for Eastern Studies monitors the situation in Ukraine very closely. So How would you comment on Poland having won the war but lost the peace by not achieving its strategic goals? Could Ukraine be at risk of repeating that mistake?
Potencjału tego ogromnego obszaru i tego niewątpliwie teraz powstającego na nowo narodu nie będą mogły być wykorzystane w
And then the potential of this huge land and nation would not be used. Ukrainians say it is an existential war. Indeed, it is. It's the most important event in the history of this nation, and the result of this war will have foundational importance for Ukraine and for Poland and for Europe. And Russians say, I think it's been ignored to a large extent by media. It is not a Ukrainian war. Lavrov and Putin have not said that. Have said quite clearly it is not about Ukraine, it is about a political order in Europe. So the outcome of the war will be significant in the rivalry between the US and China, among others. Ukraine, I agree with Grzegorz Kuczyński, will be significantly damaged as a result of this war. There are different estimations as to how much a reconstruction will cost. Of course, it's incomplete, but because they cannot be complete, the question is if Ukraine rebuilds its former borders, including the oblasts of Luhansk and Donbass, then there's a significant risk of maritime blockade. One third of its products, foodstuffs, were exported by sea, and Odessa plays a very important role in that kind of trade, and we know it's blocked by Russians, and there is no entry or exit from that port as of now. So that should be taken into account. Western leaders should pay attention to this, because it's about continuing bleeding of the Ukrainian economy. It's going to be very difficult for Ukrainians to have new export schemes, formats. We recently saw a visit from the former Ukrainian foreign minister in Wawel, and a contract was signed, an agreement was signed on the use of the Gdansk port. Silos, serial terminals are things that are, need infrastructure investments. It's not something that's done overnight. And Ukraine is important for North African, and not only North African countries. Now Ukrainians are asking for heavy artillery, not only light weapons, and this demonstrates the needs of the Ukrainian army as of today. I think Mr. Żurawski-Belgraevsky said that nobody knows Russians as Ukrainians do, and I agree with that 100%. I would even say more. Possibly no one else can win this war against Russia, if not Ukrainians, because they know the mentality of Russians fully, and they realize, like nobody else, how big a risk Russia is as of today for the Western world. So I think there is no illusion about that. Maybe it's better to win this war against Imperial Russia with the hands of Ukrainians by giving them all they need, instead of waging that war after a Ukrainian defeat with own hands. Let me refer to one more point. You mentioned the post-war order and how we imagine it. I think it's a matter of time when Russia loses this war. I think it's not about whether Russia loses, but when it loses, and what the price will be of the Ukrainian win. In terms of lives of soldiers, losses in civilians, and economic costs of damaged infrastructure. Importantly, the context, mentioned to some extent by Andrzej Nowak, which I fundamentally agree with, this context, which we see as this clash between Russia and Ukraine is of fundamental importance, because if we go back to classical Polish philosophy on the eastern territories, the thinking, we've been dreaming of such a situation we are in currently since Czartoryski and Mochnacki for 200 years, where we have countries between us and Russia as buffers. Of course, for this jigsaw to be complete, we still need Belarus. I don't think there's a possibility for a transformation, political transition in Minsk before there's a political transition in Kremlin. So the war for future Russia is also a fight for the future of Belarus, or rather the future of Ukraine is a fight for the future of Belarus. It's also important to note that a big part of the Belarusian society learn about the world not from the regime TV, but from other sources, and a large portion of the Belarusian society is mature enough to shed the realm of the regime, but that's being blocked by Kremlin. I think that those railway connections is something we talked to Lil in Poland. We keep sticking to this discussion as if we were between Russia and Germany, and the world sees that as being between China and the US. While China, what the question of what China is really overwhelming. But let's try and tackle this question. China, in the context of this conflict, most commentators say that China supports Russia, but are waiting for Russia's partners and rivals, rather Chinese rivals, become weaker and weaker. This Chinese context, extremely important in all kinds of aspects, also draws our attention to the time factor, because in China, yet the next summit of the Communist Party takes place in September. And what we see is a very lively fight for influence. The lockdown in Shanghai is a blow to potential Xi Jinping's competitor in the election, while the summit is supposed to be used by Xi Jinping as an opportunity to win yet another term. I don't want to go into that kind of speculation. I'd rather like to draw your attention to one factor that should be mentioned. Namely, if we're talking about the probability of Ukraine's success, I think that it would rather be in the interest of Ukraine to win the war against Russia as soon as possible, before September. Paradoxically, the time is against Ukraine, and this is also how I see Lloyd Austin's and Tony Blinken's declaration in Ramstein yesterday. That is, Americans are coming to the same conclusion, that there's this significant shift, and to try this attempt to provide Ukraine with modern weapons and heavy weapons, to provide Ukraine with offensive capacities, not only defensive ones, is, in my opinion, supposed to use the time element, which until September is to the benefit of the Ukraine. Because we are in a very particular situation. That is, the internal political dynamic in the US before the November elections increases the administration's determination to win this war and to demonstrate their skills as the ones who again made America great in practice, not only in declaration. Then the energy and food crisis is a perspective of early and later autumn. And China, if ever, I don't think they will declare support for Russia openly before that time. So, again, the decision has been made, is how I see things, for military solutions to take place by September for the benefit of Ukraine. That is, the war cannot be won before September by breaking Russia's military power. By September, the Russian army can be pushed out of the Donbass, go to the borders from before February 24th, and we even move on, and have possibly a military ceasefire, a military peace, and define some post-war order. Of course, it's going to remain a frozen conflict, which could go on for a very long time, which is proven by the experience of Korea. And I think among all scenarios, this one is the most probable and also most advantageous to Ukraine, pushing out of Russia, a regrouping close to Izium, an attempt at taking Kherson, reaching possibly the Sea of Azov. All this will limit the scale of damage and loss. Now, to wrap up, I'd say that we are going to have to deal with a frozen conflict, a militarized peace with a Russia that is going to prepare for revenge. And that means that we need to prepare. Even if that does not happen, we need to prepare for a renewed battle, not for Ukraine anymore, but for Central Europe, which we could be drawn into. So, in my opinion, the conclusion drawn should be to change the social order in Poland, to increase our militarization and increase the resilience of the Polish state, because we're going to be tested. We're going to be tested very strongly, and what is currently our upper hand, our strength, the Western world, the renewal of the transatlantic unity, does not necessarily have to continue functioning so in the years to come, particularly since Ukraine and the frontline countries have to be prepared to resist Russian military aggression if it decides to take up the initiative again. Also, we need to talk about a deterrence policy. For that to be in place, we need stable and much bigger military, and not locally. I mean the entire Eastern Front. This has very significant consequences for the society, our thinking about the state, the resilience of the state, and relationships with our European Union allies. This is all going to change quite soon, very significant. And now let me ask a question we're not about to answer, I think. Who is to bring about that social transition? Do we see such persons or forces? This is an open question in any case. So, Grzegorz Kuczyński, a question for you. First of all, about that Chinese factor. Is Kremlin listening to what China is saying and the American declaration that we heard recently from Secretary Austin?
To support the Ukrainians, we had this meeting in Ramstein, which was a demonstration, and the Germans were forced to make certain declarations. So what kind of conclusions can we make based on that? Well, I would like to refer to what Marek was saying with regard to this optimistic military scenario and pushing back the Russian forces from the territories they're occupying right now and freezing the conflict for some time. Well, we need to remember about this blockade of the harbor in Odessa, because even if the Ukrainians are successful on the ground, They need to get rid of the blockade of the harbor. Otherwise, they will not make any economic gains from that. And the West can support Ukraine with heavy artillery and tanks, but on the sea of the Azov, on the waters of the Azov Sea and the Black Sea, this will be much more difficult because you need to pass Turkey to get there if you want to send ships there. And this is rather unlikely, I'd say. Now, with regard to China, whether the Kremlin is listening to what Beijing is saying, I think if the Kremlin was listening to what Beijing was saying, there would be no war in Ukraine, because this is destroying a very important export route for Beijing, because that route goes via Ukraine, via the Black Sea, via Russia, via Belarus to Europe. So the longer this conflict lasts, the more costly it is for China in economic terms. So for China, it would be best to have this conflict resolved that way or another, but that's not something which seems likely right now. And one more thing that regards China. We've talked so much about this turn, this American turn towards the Pacific. And it is China that is the main opponent of the US in global politics. It's true, the global politics, it's true. But on the other side, we had the European theater. So people saying we have the Americans in the Pacific, they perceive China as the main threat, so they would leave the Europeans alone and at the hands of the Russians. Right now, the Americans are getting really involved here in Europe, and it is so because this war between Russia and Ukraine is now for the US a front of the American-Chinese war, not directly, of course, but indirectly. And I've been saying for a long time that for many years we haven't had this option to turn Russia against China. So the West being able to turn Moscow against Beijing, that was not realistic. And now we have Putin back again. Well, he came back to power in 2012, and it was a shift of the Americans towards the Pacific that happened in 2012, 2013, the Russians turned more towards China, towards Eurasia, and many political and intellectual and business elites in Russia accepted the fact that Russia might be under the Chinese influence in the future. You can read Sorokin, for example, his books on the Chinese influence on Russia, and these are books he published years ago. So Putin and the ruling elite in Russia, they made a decision to strive for an alliance with China, accepting the price of being a junior partner, because that alliance is not an alliance of equal partners. We have a senior partner and a junior partner, but what do they have in common? We are talking so much about the economy, about the military. However, let me refer to Professor Novak and his lecture. Let's look at the ideology. So in the West, there are some politicians who might not understand what is going on in Ukraine or in Russia or in Eurasia to some extent. These politicians do not acknowledge the ideology factor. So working together with China might be better for Russia in a long-term perspective. It could be a Eurasian bloc and, westernizing Russia, getting closer to Europe, creating one big house, reaching from Lisbon to Vladivostok. That was actually just wishful thinking, and the Russians were trying to get the Western politicians involved in a game that was supposed to be played out in a way that would be to the Russian benefit at the end of the day. All right, so this perspective of a house reaching from Lisbon to Vladivostok, I think that was destroyed by Medvedev because he he made comments suggesting that we would need some denazification of the territories all the way down to Lisbon. And the Center for Eastern Studies analyzed the role of Beijing in this conflict, but you can, of course, summarize the conclusions made by the preceding speakers, and I hope that we will have time for questions from the audience. I think that the Chinese factor is of great importance in this war and playing out this new global order that will need to emerge after the war in this form or in another form. The Chinese made a mistake similar to the one made by Putin because they hoped for a quick Russian victory, and they thought that Ukraine would be humiliated and that the West would be humiliated as a result of the war in Ukraine. And the Russian president sent a clear signal to President Xi, letting him know what would happen. So I think that the Chinese are now changing the assessment of the potential of the Russian army. However, if at this point we have a clear winner of the war, that is China. So I agree with Mr. Kuczynski that Russia has accepted this role of a junior partner within its cooperation with China. So there are some arguments in favor of this and some arguments against it, and they are just ready to pay a price. They want to join this Chinese train, and they hope to achieve some of the strategic goals this way. And the Chinese, well, they will have certain benefits resulting from Western companies withdrawing from Russia. You can see that they want to take over what Shell has left in Russia. But the open question is whether China will allow Russia to bypass the Western sanctions. We can see Huawei and the Chinese banks saying that they will adhere to the American sanctions. They say it very clearly that they mean the American sanctions, not the EU sanctions, which shows the different approach taken by China to the EU and the US. So it is a matter of time, and there will be some intermediary companies aimed at bypassing the sanctions imposed by the West. So instead of buying these products from the big Chinese companies afraid of violating the sanctions, the Russians will be able to buy these products for smaller companies established just for this. And I think that the Chinese did not expect that things would turn out like this, and they did not think that the Ukrainians would be able to resist the Russians to such an extent. They don't know Ukraine. They don't really understand this region between Russia and Poland. It is a terra incognita for the Chinese, and there are now many Chinese delegations visiting the capitals of this part of the world, including Warsaw. They want to get more familiar with this part of the world. And Mr. Kuczynski presented a theory that is still not appreciated enough, and I share it. From the perspective of the American global interest, this war is also a war that can have a lot of impact on the American-Chinese war to the benefit of the Americans. I don't know if the analysts in Washington see it that way, but I would do this. So whatever the current Russia will become, well, we'll see if it will stay an empire, or maybe we'll be able to get rid of that, or maybe there will be some true federalism functioning in Russia. But potentially this, from the American perspective, this means a possibility of a huge shift to the American benefit, just to stop this alliance between Russia and China that has been emerging for years, and we published a report on this, about this cooperation between Moscow and Beijing, and we well, presented some theories there, and they have been confirmed by the war. So a consequence of Russia losing the war, even if this is not going to happen within the next months, well, one of the consequences could be weakening this alliance between Russia and China, and I don't want to be too optimistic. However, I think it is likely that this alliance between Moscow and Beijing could collapse to a significant extent. And the Chinese, we need to learn about this territory occupied by, well, about the Ukrainian territory. Now, do we have time for questions from the audience? Just a few questions. So whoever wants to pose a question, please raise your hand. So Professor Adam Borowski, who else? Okay, so you can all ask your questions, and then our panelists will try to answer them. But please make sure these are really questions and not your own statements. Do we have any ladies who would like to ask a question? Not now. Well, I've been promised to be able to make a statement. It's not a question, but because all the panelists, including the other three ones, you haven't considered one thing. So the Polish generals are supposed to have said that Russia would win with Ukraine within 72 years. Well, I cannot believe this. We had 2 wars in Chechnya, over 100,000 of Russian soldiers, and it was a territory of, well, equal to 3/5 of one Polish voivodeship. And that war took 1.5 years. And Chechnya did not have much weaponry, and still the Russians had some serious problems winning that war. And Professor Żurawski-Grajewski signed a treaty. And in 1999, well, they changed the tactics, and they had 100,000 soldiers, and it's really a small territory, and the war took 5 years. So it took the Russians 5 years to destroy all the cities. I mean, Grozny was destroyed completely, but it took them 5 years, because in 2004, the last big operation was carried out by Maskhadov, and he died in 2005. So the last Chechnyan forces were killed in 2011 and 2012. So I was saying on the 3rd day of the war that Ukraine would win. It doesn't matter how many years the war is going to take. They want to fight. They have the spirit. Now we can talk about how much weapon they're going to receive, but it doesn't matter. You cannot occupy Ukraine with 100, 200, or 250,000 soldiers, given how large the Ukrainian territory is, and given the spirit, the fighting spirit of the Ukrainians. If there is a Ukrainian soldiers that is ready to sacrifice his life to destroy a bridge before the Russian forces can pass it, well, that speaks for itself. You can see what a fighting spirit that is. So it is a unique chance to break the Russians. I agree with Professor Żurawski-Grajewski that this is going to explode one day. Ukraine has suffered such losses that it cannot agree with any compromise. I just hope that Zelensky will endure and keep making these daily statements on TV. So it doesn't matter how long this war is going to take. The Russians will be defeated, and then we'll have the scenario depicted by Mr. Bartoszek. Thank you. And thank you for reminding us of Chechnya, because we should not associate the Chechens just with the butchers of Kadyrov. Well, a short question now. What do you think what has happened so far during the first phase of the war in Ukraine. What has been the impact on this, on the perception of Russia in China? Because China could have thought that Russia would be a reliable partner, an important partner, but right now the second army in the world cannot conquer even the city of Chernigov. So does China still see Russia as a valuable partner, or maybe not at all? Another question, Henryk Kalinowski. I have the following question. Well, the recent developments and Blinken's visit in Ukraine, accelerating the supplies of weapons from the US, this might be an indication that the Americans think that it is a chance for them to push Russia even harder. However, we are involved in this and we are an intermediary. And we can also supply Ukraine with our post-Soviet weapons. And the statement by Biden, well, it did not include any specific security guarantees. We didn't get any nuclear arsenal. And now we're talking about escalation and that Russia might be tempted to use nuclear weapon if pushed really hard, if there is such a big threat from the West. Do you know if there are any talks on this taking place right now? And do you think that we might get an official or unofficial umbrella protecting us from a nuclear attack? Thank you. And I think we need to conclude. So now voice over to you. You can answer the questions, but please be brief because we are running out of time. Okay. So Professor Żurawski, let's start with your question. I think that we've seen that impact on the perception of Russia in China. And I think that China has been becoming a senior partner with regard to this cooperation between China and Russia, and it is even more so right now. Who else could join that alliance? Not Japan, not South Korea, maybe India. So I think that Beijing wants Russia to win. China doesn't want a regime change in the Kremlin because this would be a major threat for the Chinese interest, and I think that might be what the Chinese are afraid of. And security guarantees, well, we do have them, and they result from Article 5 of the NATO treaty. Even if Article 5 doesn't say this directly, we all understand the reaction of the U.S. On the war in Ukraine. It was a surprise, a positive one, and in Kiev, Austin was saying that it should be our aim to make sure that Russia does not have any potential to repeat such actions in the future. So I think if this is repeated by the American president, well, that's perfect for Poland. If we combine that with the statement by Biden at the Royal Council in Warsaw, it starts looking like a doctrine, and it is a doctrine that is good for Poland. Mr. Kaczynski, please be brief because we are about to conclude. Let me start with question number 2. So what Biden said and what Biden did not say, I think this is not so important because sometimes Biden said some words and he had to walk back on them, and his administration had to rectify these statements. So I think it's better to listen to his administration. And from the Chinese perspective, well, they are following the American behavior in that war, and they are making their conclusions. And China is involved in a conflict with the U.S., and they have also some issues regarding territories. So it is a lesson learned for the Chinese decision makers. So Mr. Buttigieg has now the possibility to make the concluding remarks. Thank you. I think that Biden's declaration in Warsaw was a far-reaching one, and I do not agree with this perspective that he was not specific enough. I think he was specific. He was very specific. He referred to the Cold War and to the reality of the Cold War, and he referred to this example. I think that's very important because this implies, oh, it's not a resolution yet, a decision that has already been made. However, that suggests that the policy of deterrence should be now abandoned in favor of a policy aiming at stopping Russia. So Poland has a key role to play here. And I think that there are some changes taking place we cannot fully assess yet because it's just taking place. A NATO summit is going to take place in June. And I think that the Polish diplomats want to make sure that the agreement between Russia and NATO is terminated, because this agreement includes some limitations which are not in our interest, and we should join the nuclear sharing program, but buying F-35 is the first step in that direction. So it is a breakthrough moment. There are some declarations which might not be final yet, but I think we are going in a good direction, I think, at least. But of course we should do whatever is possible to break the resistance of some partners like Germany. And as for the Chinese politics, well, China is sending some mixed signals. They want to take over Shell's assets, but we have Sinopec withdrawing from the project with Novatek, and the American sanctions are respected by China. So I think that China is waiting for how the situation is going to develop. A strategic defeat of Russia is not in the Chinese interest because this would entail some significant changes in Moscow, but I do not think that there are any final shifts that are already certain. So I think that the Chinese just want to use whatever opportunities will emerge, like a system for alarming when a nuclear attack is supposed to carry it out. But this does not mean that they need to take any risks resulting from the Russians getting stuck in the Ukrainian war. Well, and we are also learning an important lesson on the global politics very quickly because of that war. Thank you for the debate. We've had Mr. Budzisz of the Strategy and Future, we've had Mr. Kuczyński of the Warsaw Institute, and Mr. Konończuk of the Center for Eastern Studies. Thank you.
Zabrał, bo będziemy działać już dalej. Przepraszam, i teraz już ostatnia rozmowa. Proszę o sygnał i się będziemy łączyć. Jeszcze zobaczycie na żywo Ukrainę Państwo teraz. Jak na froncie. Dzień dobry. Tak. O, mamy pana redaktora. Tak, czy ja mogę zaczynać?
Right, the editor is there. Can we start?
Już, proszę, żebyście Państwo zajęli miejsca. Posłuchamy wieści prosto z frontu. Jest OK? Dobra. To sygnał, tak?
Are we good to go? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this last item of our conference. With us is Jakub Maciejewski of W Sieci. Can you hear us? Yes, yes, I can hear you. Welcome from Ukraine, from Kiev, on my way to Donbass. Welcome. And likewise, please, let us know. What is the situation, military-wise and spirit-wise? Let's start with the former. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to make you see, to show you one thing. I'm in Kiev, at the crossroads of Victory Alley with Vasiliev Street. If technology allows, what you can see is the remains of pieces of shells and holes in the building. Maybe now it's been renewed, but when I was here 2 months ago, that was freshly after a small battle at this crossroads in Kiev between pro-Russian forces and Ukrainian forces. At night, illegal immigrants, allegedly employees of plants here, were grouped here and attacked different points of defense in the Ukrainian capital. They were defeated thanks to Ukrainian mobilization and discipline and their attention. The attackers were similar in their behavior to illegal immigrants that were at the Polish-Belarusian border. Their mobile phones carried very similar photos from military courses, training sessions in Moscow, like the ones found on the Polish-Belarusian border, found by our services, border customs service at the border. So this is the way that labor immigration is transformed into an attack, a secretive attack. This is where it took place, and today, after what Vitaly Klitschko said, we can conclude that again it's back to 3 million strong as a city and not 1 million strong. 2 million people came back to Kiev, and this is a strong aspect. There are cars behind me. 2 months back, there was nobody here. Everybody was in their homes and bunkers. And this shows you how within 2 months of battle, because there were columns of the military headed for Kiev from the two directions. So 2 months are enough to put up with war. So the question is then, is the West going to grow used to this current situation like they have grown used to the situation in the Donbass? They are not raping, they are not killing anymore, possibly. So maybe we can put up with an immigrant being a possible rapist and attacker. So can we put up with thousands of Russian soldiers killing people in the Ukrainian east? Maybe there will be a peaceful situation for some time. Maybe there will be a frozen conflict. But very little is enough to revive this conflict again, like in Transnistria, like in Moldova, where shelling took place and fire took place, which is enough to revive the local army that might be lured to attack the Ukrainian forces from the west. Any kind of such factors like illegal immigration soldier not paid attention to, neglected, can come back in the form of actual rapes and murders and military action. And this crossroads in Kiev is witness to how the town, how the city is coming back to life. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear editor. This is a valuable lesson for the Polish political class. This shows that plots are there. People can always be used to commit bad deeds. Could you comment on the morale, please? And you, as a Pole, how are you received in Ukraine? Do Ukrainians know how strongly we support them? Are they aware of all the help? Well, the morale of Ukrainians, both civilians and military, likewise, is really impressive, like in the first days of September 1939 in Poland. Traveling across Ukraine in the first days of the full-scale invasion, there were a lot of analogies with September 1939. But we need to be aware that natural crises and wear down with the conflict, of course, has its effects. The west of Ukraine and the capital live a normal life. Of course, there's refugees, transportation, humanitarian aid, but you could go to cinema. While in the east, a month back, people hoped for temperature not to drop below zero, because then water in their bowls will freeze and they won't have anything to drink in the morning. So these are differences between the East and the West, and which is highlighted by Russians on purpose. And I want to tell you that people for whom their first language is Russian, whether they want it or not, are really more susceptible to disinformation, because it is by no mistake that since the 60s, Russians have been working on reflexive cyber management of individuals by digital clones. So even if it's not with the wartime news, but all kinds of communication reach these Russian-speaking Ukrainians. So there's this seed of lie, this seed of American approach, the seed of anti-Semitism. It has been sown. And this is a factor in the psychological war, which Dmitry Bobonov, the Soviet officer and historian, described in the 80s. This psychological warfare based on disinformation about strawberry prices, even possibly. This will be strengthened as people grow tired with the war. You asked me one more question. Can you remind me? Please remind me what the attitudes are towards Poles. Do Ukrainians appreciate our help? Do they have the awareness of our support? Ladies and gentlemen, with absolutely no exaggeration, I can tell you that when I am recognized as a Pole by my documents or by my imperfect Russian, people stop me and ask me to tell Poles, so let me do this, let me give you their thanks. They say, my family in Gniezno, my family in Krakow or Gdansk. And these 3 million refugees from Ukraine mean that 15 million of their families in Ukraine, in the front line, they know about that help. The humanitarian help is another thing. Wherever I went to Poltava or many other places in the east, the warehouses of humanitarian aid, you could read in Polish, white rice, pate, etc. Each blanket, each piece of foodstuffs sent to Ukraine goes back to Poland as a complete understanding of the support of Poland for Ukraine. Like President Duda said, like Prime Minister Morawiecki said, one more thing. Yesterday, last morning, we talked with a Ukrainian journalist about the support from the West. We talked about the amounts of heavy equipment going to Ukraine unofficially, and at the same time, Ukrainians talked about on TV, talked about Bundestag arguing about whether to supply heavy equipment or not. We're about to enter the third month of the war. So in Ukraine, everybody understands that there are two Wests, one Polish, Anglo-Saxon, and another one German and French, about which Ukrainians ask. Yet Eurosayus, is that the European Union with its democratic values? And there's a lot of doubt towards that French and German West, while the Polish role, if used correctly by Poland, and we hope that you can use it correctly, then this bringing together Poland and Ukraine can be a huge breakthrough like 1569 or 1366. Such that made Russia and Germany weaker for dozens of years. Thank you very much. Let's end on this positive note. And can you hear the applause? That's for you. Please take care. Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to end on this positive note. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all the viewers on TV, on the internet, and all those present here in the hall. Many thanks once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.